Yes, this is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, special meeting for July 25th, 2023. The time is 4:36 p.m. On the call of the roll, Member Schmidt.
Present.
Schmidt, present. Member LaHood. LaHood absent.
Not here yet.
Not
present. Not present.
Absent. Vice Chair Wong.
Present.
Present. Member Stein.
Present.
Stein present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Yankee present. Member Highland. Highland absent. Member Hill.
Present.
Hill present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. I'm just making a quick note for myself. We do have a quorum. This is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, special meeting, July 25th. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committee convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public access via teleconference via WebEx. I just want to note that Member LaHood is now present at 4:37. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Person who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. I did call the roll. I do not know of any agenda changes at this time.
And I'm not aware of any either. Any public comment on item 1?
Yes, double checking.
I have a question about the agenda.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
We got a communication from Mr. Young about the last complaint, number 11, file 22052, that there was some late information that was delivered not within the time period that we allow. And I'm just wondering if the complainant is here maybe to answer whether that information is crucial or not, because if it is, then we should just immediately continue it because we have not been able to review that information, and it should be submitted accordingly.
Member Wolf, I don't believe you're on his response. I'm going to read it just so everyone's aware of it. I think it's a good question. It says, Victor, thank you. My presentation is brief and concise. The file the SOTF has in its possession already is detailed. The attachment is for emphasis. The issue was vetted during May 2022 Zoom hearing to the point FAMSF was non-responsive. That's why on the docket tonight. I appreciate you providing the panel with copies. I already provided my submission to FAMSF. So it doesn't sound like it's anything new. It was just a summary version of what was submitted.
Okay.
And I don't believe will be joining us until 7 o'clock anyway. He had asked what time it was. And
I just want a confirmation that there'll be no new information being introduced. Is that correct?
My understanding is there's nothing new, that it's a summary of what was already in the attachment.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. If you'd like to make public comment on this item, you can raise your hand by using if you're on the telephone, you can press *3. If you're on the application, you can use the application to raise your hand. If you're in the room and like to make public comment, you can approach the podium. I will unmute our too many nieces. I will unmute our caller who wants to make public comment. Hello, caller. You are unmuted. You can begin your public comment.
Yes, thank you. It's Peter Warfield. I'm wondering when this was posted. I spoke with Cheryl Leger, your administrator, and was very, very surprised by the fact of the meeting. I confirmed with her that the July and August meetings, which I had occasionally been looking up on your calendar, had been canceled. and that's the only information there was. I learned from Ms. Leger that there had been a long time plan for this particular date to have a special meeting because of quorum problems on the regular July date. I just think that's, well, execrable not to let the public know that you have set a special date pretty much when you have set a special date. And as I say, I've checked. I had intended to actually call about what was the reason for the cancellations, but I sort of assumed it was something to do with quorum and summertime and so on and so forth. But to not say that the meeting has been rescheduled, I think is really, really poor. It seems to me there have been other occasions when I think that the Sunshine Task Force has acted as though it's like a private club. And that, gee, if you weren't there when we discussed this, that's your problem, not ours. And not everybody attends every meeting, nor hears through whatever personal means you've got to alert folks if they haven't attended. And if you are discussing it at a meeting, why would that? I don't think that would be on the agenda as a discussion. I don't recall seeing it. It just seems to me that on your website, when there's a schedule of meetings, and especially when there's been a cancellation, if you know that there's going to be a substitute meeting, that should really be noticed. So my question is, when was this special meeting actually put up online as an example or in any other way noticed to the public? Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any additional callers on the line for public comment.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yes, just to notify you, I have I have to leave the meeting at 9 o'clock for personal reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Just to make sure that we can maintain quorum and get through as much as we can.
Yeah, I think we have 7 right now, so we should be okay, but we'll do our best to keep things moving. And just to put into the record, this meeting the agenda was posted on Friday, so that was posted in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. And in addition, this was discussed at our last meeting. And I'll read again. We actually had a formal motion, and it was moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wolf, to cancel the July 5th, 2023 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting and reschedule it for July 25th, 2023 as a special meeting, and cancel the July 25th, 2023 Education Outreach and Training Committee meeting. And that's been posted as part of the meeting minutes for several weeks now. So I think we're good on this item. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to item number 2.
Yes, item number 2 is the approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting of June 7th, 2023.
Okay, do we have any edits for the minutes? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
This is Member or Vice Chair Wong. I have one edit on P7.
Yeah, give me one moment.
Sure.
I have the minutes open right now. I'm going to make the changes. You can just reference the page number and item number.
Yeah. So it is, I believe, on P7.
P7.
Right in the middle of the page, that it says the task force recessed at 7:01.
Okay, give me a moment. Let me find that. Yes, I found it.
So the recess actually took place before the action or before the motion was made. So I don't know if we want to move that above when the motion was made and then also specify that the recess was taken after losing contact with the petitioner.
That is not something I would normally put into the minutes.
Okay.
In terms of location, I defer to your judgment.
I don't know. It seems like for accuracy of the minutes, it would make sense to move it above the action.
Okay, I will move it before item 7. Okay. I have moved it.
And that's it for me.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wong, do you maybe have a motion to approve then with that edit?
I've got another edit.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Member Wolf, feel free to jump in. I can't see when you have your hand raised, by the way, so just jump in like you're
Yeah,
doing.
that's what I was doing. It just
Okay.
there's a little bit of a lag after when I hit the mute button. That's all.
Gotcha. Okay.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
So on PDF page 6 and page 6, in the middle of the page where it says action, moved by member LaHood, second by member Wolf. It's missing an E at the end of my name.
Okay.
I think that is the only one I found. But if there are others that I missed, please make the correction. We used to have a member Wolf without an E.
Okay. I'm searching the document right now for
I don't
that.
see it.
I don't appear to find that error. Maybe it was corrected. I'm searching the whole document.
It's the document that was attached to the agenda that's posted on
Okay,
the
I will
website.
double check, just to be sure it is fixed. I'm working with the electronic version.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you very much. I will double check that.
Okay. Do we have any other edits? If not, do we have a motion to approve the minutes with the edits?
So moved.
Okay. So moved by member Wolf to approve the minutes with the edits already suggested. Do we have a second?
Seconded. This is Vice Chair Wong.
Okay. So seconded by Vice Chair Wong. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Yes. My apologies. I'm just not quite as organized as I am used to being. Okay, if anyone would like to make public comment on the minutes, you can raise your hand if you're on WebEx, and if you're in the room, you can approach the podium. We have one person for public comment. My apologies, Mr. Warfield. I hit the wrong, or maybe not Mr. Warfield, but I've just unmuted the person. Hello, caller. Would you like to make public comment? They may not be aware that they are here on the line. I believe. Let me, Ms. Warfield, if you don't mind holding for a moment, we have a person in person who would like to make comment. Would you like to make comment?
Yes, I would. Quickly, so you're going for approval of the minutes of the June 7th meeting. I'm curious as to, I'm a little in the dark on the process here on approvals. The June 27th meeting, when is that up for approval for the minutes? Because I don't know how quickly these things happen.
We did not have a full task force meeting on June.
Oh, that's committee and agenda as a separate,
Was that a committee meeting?
is a committee and agenda.
Okay, that would be put on that specific committee's.
Okay, so today is the actual task force meeting then?
Right, this is the motion to approve the full task force meeting minutes for
Okay.
June 7th.
So the meetings for this task force meeting will be approved when?
At our next full task force meeting, which is going to be, I believe, August 22nd.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm going to unmute our caller online. Mr. Warfield, you may begin your public comment.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. The minutes are, in certain respects, incomprehensible, and there's a very poor representation of my public comment on item 15, oral report on a meeting with various custodians of records by Member Stein and Chair Yankee. What I said was that I was, let's say, disappointed, if to use your word of description, that the Sunshine Task Force members are going to meetings of potentially actual past or future, well, actual lawbreakers in the past and potential future ones on their invitation or yours. It wasn't clear to me. But in any case, I have asked the task force over time again and again, and in particular in relation to the annual report, I've asked the Sunshine Task Force to make it clear and to be clear about being willing to talk to and solicit members of the public, whether they've been successful complainants or unsuccessful complainants or non-complainants, as to what they are concerned with, what they think should go, for example, in an annual report. And the Sunshine Task Force has steadfastly seemed to not be willing to do that. So to talk to folks about the city agency or the city employee side, it's fine if you are also willing to talk and hopefully solicit folks who are on the other side, which is the folks that you typically see at meetings with complaints. And sometimes with recommendations, especially if they've had experience with the Sunshine Task Force. So that was my concern. The other thing that I said at the time was I requested to hear who was at the meetings. I believe I wanted to know, was this a group that has meetings regularly? Are they public meetings? Do they have minutes? I was interested in what was being discussed and what was
Speaker time has elapsed.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate the corrections and change.
Thank you. Okay. Double checking. I do not have any additional public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Are we ready for a vote? Not seeing any objection. Victor, when you're ready, if you could call the roll.
Yes, on that motion to approve the minutes as amended. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection. Oh, without objection with Member Highland being absent from the meeting.
Okay, thank you. And I think we can go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Yes, item number 3 is approval of order of terminations for files numbers 22020, 22022, 22023, and 22125.
Okay, do we have any edits to these orders of determination? Or if not, do we have a motion to approve?
This is Vice Chair Wong. On P16, whenever you're ready, Victor.
Give me a moment. You have an edit to one of the order of determinations?
Yes.
Okay, give me a moment. I wasn't prepared for that. I will open it up and take a look. Well, I can just note it and I can go back and fix it at a later time. Please proceed.
Okay. So P16, similar error that Member Wolf pointed out. His name is misspelled.
Do you know which file number that is?
It is for file number 22020.
20. Okay, I will take care of that.
Okay. And then on P18, it's file number 22022. In the action, it says to find that no violation occurred. So I wasn't sure if we wanted to say to find no violation just for consistency.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Same call, it'd be PDF page 2 and page printed 16. Again, my last name missing an E in the action of June 7th, 2023.
So noted.
Thank you. That's it.
Victor, I had potentially two, and this is 22020. Looking at the MIDI portion, it shows only 2 ayes. I think Member Wolf has been a longtime member of that committee, so my guess would be that he was absent, and we should probably reflect that he was absent for that vote. And the same thing for 22022, the next one. It also has 2 ayes, 0 noes, but doesn't indicate that there were anyone absent.
Chair Yankee, I don't
Yes.
know. I don't recall exactly the time that I joined that committee.
Let me take a quick look and see. I'll pull up the agenda to see if you're on the agenda for it. And this looks like August 19th. Let's see. You were on the agenda for that as a member.
Okay.
Except now that I'm looking at this, it was August 16th, not August 19th. So it's
It's 2022, isn't it?
right. Yeah, so the complaint committee met on August 16th, 2022. But I'm looking at these ODs. They say, wait, I'm sorry, this is April. My bad. I'm sorry. Let me take a look. I read that is August. Let's see April. Oh, you're right. It was just Member Schmidt and Member Stein. So I retract my edit. You're absolutely right. So Victor, please disregard what I said.
Yes, I just deleted.
Yep, he was not on that. That must have been the one before he joined.
Are there any other suggestions from the members? If there's no additional suggestions, may I suggest the motion to approve the order of determinations as amended?
So moved. This is Member Hill.
Seconded, Member LaHood.
Okay, so moved by Member Hill, seconded by Member LaHood to approve with the suggested edits.
Yes. Would you like to open this up to public comment?
Let's go ahead and open up public comment. Yes.
Yes. If you'd like to make public comment and you're on WebEx, you can raise your hand through the application. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. If you're in the room and like to make public comment, you can approach the podium. I will go ahead and unmute our caller. Mr. Warfield, you may proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. The first speaker, I'm not sure who it was, referenced, as I think I've heard in the past and had some difficulty with and then got an explanation, P something or another. I don't know what P something or another is. I do know there are page numbers that I can see, like page 16 and 18 that were referenced. So I don't understand if there's something else that is missing from my version of the agenda packet. I don't understand the reference to P. So I would appreciate if we could have a clarification on that. Second, you did go back and forth quite a bit on whether or not Member Wolf was on the list to be present or not. I don't know what the motion as amended means anymore. from the discussion. I don't know that anybody who wasn't intimately acquainted with everybody speaking, and it just, I would appreciate if you would state what were the changes, the amendments that you are voting to approve. I think that would be helpful. One of the things that I think is a difficulty is that I know that you are doing a lot of work in various ways. You work together in various groupings. Your committee or your group that is supposed to be really an example for openness. And I think also it's important to have clarity and to be clear and to be explicit about what you're doing and so on and so forth. And it seems that it would be useful to consider that there are people who don't always come to every meeting and so on and so forth and may not follow. So what are the changes that are being approved? I also think, and I've said this on different occasions in the past, when I'm sitting here and I'm listening, raise your hand by pressing *3 or indicate you want to make a public comment. I may have just done so a moment ago. And then if I do press *3, I'm told by the system, which apparently nobody else can hear, and that's another aspect of non-publicness, now I've lowered my hand. Meanwhile, the system is giving words that don't make it easy for me to follow or make it impossible for me to follow what's actually being discussed right now. And then I press *3 again, and you did recognize me, thank you. But again, there's more chat from the system telling me what's going on. I think it would be useful if some folks would be willing to hear what it sounds like. And I'd like some clarity on what's being
Okay, thank you, Mr.
is
Warfield.
and what's being approved.
Time is elapsed.
Thank you.
Do we have another public commenter?
We do not have any additional public commenters listed on the for this matter.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. To answer Mr. Warfield's question, I believe Vice Chair Wong was referring to the page numbers at the bottom. I believe they used to have a P in front of them. I think at some point fairly recently that we stopped putting a P in front of them, but I think everyone's kind of used to it, and that's what it is. So that was referring to the page numbers at the bottom. And then Victor, maybe you could just summarize what the changes that you made were. So
Yes, regarding the order of determination for file number 22020, we are correcting the spelling of Member Wolf's name. And for file number 22022, we are clarifying the action to read find no violation.
great. Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for a vote. So Victor, when you're ready.
Yes, on that motion. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Wolf. Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection, with Member Highland being absent.
Okay, and it is 5:04, so we can go ahead and move on to item number 4, which is public comment. So Victor, when you're ready for that one.
Yes, item number 5 is the consent agenda. The Sunshine Orange Task. Oh,
4.
sorry,
General public comment.
sorry, I'm out of order. Item number 4 is public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Orange Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If there's anybody in the room who would like to make general public comment, you can approach the podium. If you are attending via WebEx, you can press *3 to raise your hand if you're on the telephone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Nobody is in the room would like to raise their hand, and Mr. Warfield has raised his hand, so I will unmute him at this time. Mr. Warfield, you may begin.
This is Peter Warfield again, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. And for those who might care about privacy, P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I do think that the task force, in keeping with what I've said previously, needs to really consider that you are a public body doing public business, and that part of what you need to do in your procedures and so on is to be really clear, especially for those who might be participating in ways that are less easy to follow than when you're in the room and you have all the visual cues that you're able to have in the room. That means, for example, calling on somebody by name or that person identifying themselves so that when I hear somebody speaking, I might have a chance to know better who that might be, being not as familiar as you all are with the voices. Likewise, with your explanations of what's going on and so on, I do appreciate Chair Yankee answering some of the questions that have come up. I certainly can say that a discussion of a replacement date in the minutes of a meeting as being considered apparently adequate notice for a rescheduling when there's nothing on the official webpage about it, I don't really think that that's adequate notice for a body that wants to be open and public about what it's doing and alert folks reasonably about what's going on. With respect to what I've said about the technology, we had a complaint some time back, and apparently at the time, nobody except Lori Neighbors had tried in any way to attend another meeting at the time remotely. But if you don't understand how it is, what the environment looks and feels like when you are at a remote meeting as a member of the public, then I think you're missing an understanding of how to be open and clear about what's going on. Among other things, when you lower everybody's hand or mute everybody, those messages are coming across in an auditory way to the public who's, for example, on the phone. And you may not hear it, but I hear it, and then I can't understand what is the motion, what is being said. And I'm not sure how to handle it except when you lower certainly the hands, that you give a pause, announce what's happening.
Speaker time has elapsed.
I think there's a lot that could be improved to make your processes a little more public. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public commenters?
I will just give it a moment to see if there's anybody else who would like to raise their hand on the system. I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment as part of item number 4 and move on to item number 5 when you're ready. Victor.
Okay. And I will take that suggestion that when I do lower the hand, I will give it a pause before starting. Okay. I've just lowered everyone's hand before I start speaking again. Next on the agenda is item number 5, consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file numbers 22132, 22133, and 23033 to affirm the committee's findings regarding Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, violation of Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer the matter to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondents are not required to attend today's meeting for these matters, but may attend to provide testimony during the public comment period. Would you like to take these one at a time, or?
If you could just read all of them together.
Okay.
So there's 3, I believe.
Yes, item number 5A, file number 22132, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Asha Safai, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5. On June 20th, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, find that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of 67.29-5 by failing to respond to Mr. Petrellis' request for Prop G calendar. Item 5B, File number 22133, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Dean Preston, Board of Supervisors. On June 20th, 2023, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, find that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of timeliness under Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-5 for failure to timely provide the supervisor's Prop G calendar. Item number 5C, file number 23033, complaint filed by Andrew White against the Department of Police accountability for allegedly violating administrative codes, various administrative codes. On June 27, 2023, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to forward the matter to the task force consent agenda, finding that the committee does not have jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you, Victor. And I think just real briefly, I'm going to turn it over to the Compliance Amendments Chair, Lil Hood, just to talk a little bit about 23033, since this is the first one we've seen come on consent where the recommendation has been does not have jurisdiction. So maybe we can just kind of
Yes.
let everyone in on that.
In this situation, Mr. White was seeking records that what he was seeking, it was not clear that the records existed. There was not any record of emails having been received from him within the respondents. They said they had no record of him having emailed them with his request. Based on back and forth conversation, they said that they would be willing to have a conversation with him to further explain some of the information that he was seeking, but there was not really there was not enough information for us to follow up with in order to recommend that this be forwarded to the full task force. There was not information or evidence that we could gather that showed that there were records within their possession relevant to his request. But they wanted to help him and offered to arrange a meeting. And I believe Mr. White is here if he has further comment on that, or perhaps if Member Wong or Member Wolf, who were at that meeting as well, have anything additional to add. I would offer them the opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to open up. Vice Chair Wong, did you have anything to add to that? And then I will go ahead and open up to public comment.
Nope, that sounds correct to me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and open up to public comment before we take any action on this item.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to make any comments on the consent agenda items, you can approach the podium at this time. If you're joining us remotely, you can use your telephone by pressing *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make public comment. You have 3 minutes for public comment. You may begin at your convenience.
Okay, I am the complainant, Andrew White. I have 4 talking points about 5 to 6 laws ago, which is not enough time for 3 minutes here. I know the balance of transparency gets to be a little, it becomes a fine line at times. Basically, my question is, it's great that I had a conversation. We got the case review, which is, there's a fine line there with the DPA. Okay, there are 2 complaints, okay? There's the SOTF and there's the DPA in my case, right? So the DPA, I had a question, I'm taking it to, and they were phone calls, not emails, but they were, so I'm taking it here because there's some confusion here regarding a case review oath that I have to take regarding confidentiality of redacted officer records, which I'm not seeking because we don't know the officers yet. So they deny my investigative hearing. Okay, why do I have to put a muzzle on my mouth regarding an officer's personnel records when it's a hire fire situation that shouldn't be hid anyways? And then I get which is determined no jurisdiction and dismissed. I'm asking to remove documentation I submitted until further notice with the case review because I may come back here, okay, with the DPA, which they've agreed to do, which is great. However, this is public safety. This is 832.7, subsection between public safety and officer protection. Okay, so who's in danger here? Okay, is this a public safety issue? Or we have to protect the officer? Okay, so I got 4 talking points. More complaint and control over complaints, okay, regarding this with the DPA, okay, with the PD, okay. More civilian complaint and control over complaints. I should be able to redact my submitted documents that is apparently at this point no jurisdiction except for the cover sheet, okay, which is stated on the cover sheet that you would not redact this. I believe it's a special case, public safety. Okay, the officers aren't known. I'm wondering how they went about it. Okay, for the case review, Cheryl verbally agreed to take the submitted documentation down in the committee agenda meeting. She's had to get it somebody. And also, when I Google my email, a D comes up. All that comes up. I'm not. First of all, average intelligence, 67.7. A man of average intelligence. Woman, man, average intelligence, education. Okay, I graduated over 3.0 in college. Okay, I'm going back to school. Now I do my transcripts, and I got a 2.8 with 13 credits. I'm not a D student, man. Okay, what happens when I fall into the D range? I quit passing my classes. Are the cops going to come rip my pants off, man? I mean, I better stay above sea level, eh? So this is kind of ridiculous. Like, I'm just asking my question here. The conversation is great. The forum is great. It got the purpose done. However, I'm asking to get some documents redacted, which really, you know, I mean, okay, this should be a policy, okay, that you have the ability to redact certain documentation if you have to go back to DPA for a case review, which states they send a preliminary finding. You get a complaint, they send your preliminary finding back, you get case review, investigative hearing options, okay, they recommend a case review, okay, but you have to take an oath, right, of silence. They have to take a vow of silence or something. Maybe I'm wrong. It says that. They're going to explain it.
It has elapsed.
Thank you, sir.
So I don't know what the D is, but the meta tag?
If I may clarify, Mr. White had asked during the meeting if he didn't realize that what he submitted for the file, for the complaint file, was going to be posted, was going to be publicly available. And we discussed it with Ms. Leger, and she said she was going to speak to her supervisor about potentially taking that down since we were dismissing the file to begin with. But I believe, and perhaps Mr. Young has more information about that, she said that that would not be possible because it had already been posted. But we did make that request on Mr. White's behalf, and that was rejected. Mr. Young, I don't know if you're able to
was not
provide.
involved.
You were not involved.
No, I think that's as much as I know too.
Yeah.
Um,
And I apologize for that because we thought it might be easier than that. So
Yeah, and Mr. White, none of us have control over what gets put. I mean, none of the members here. That's the clerk's office and their staff. None of us have access to the website.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, because if there's agenda minutes for the committee and compliance and committee, it would be, she's probably stating on audio that, yes, we can do that, Mr. White. I'll follow up with my supervisor. Which, whatever, that type of control mechanism should be implemented into the task force policy and procedure for complaints such as my own. With the case review, I'm going to have to come back over the case review situation with the oath when I go to DPA and find out what the oath is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. So it sounds like this particular case has been resolved. Is that what I'm hearing?
Imagine it's been dismissed, no jurisdiction. So why? I mean, first of all, how long are these complaints online? Because I know like some of them are a 5-year thing. If there's no,
I don't believe these are, unless Victor, you know, I don't
It's
believe there's any-
indefinite.
indefinitely.
indefinitely. So okay, so there's room to wiggle. That's what you're saying, indefinitely.
I defer to the clerk's office staff for that.
So I'll go back. I'll have to find my way back down that path. But thank you for allowing me to address this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comment on the consent agenda?
Just double checking. If there's anybody online who would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand. I do not see any hands at this time. I'll give them a few moments. I don't see any hands raised for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Member Wolf.
So on this matter of the redaction, the removing of the of this point that he brought up, which has no bearing on the outcome of the issue. We have been and it has been somewhat a practice in the city when documents or records have been released incorrectly, that the city attorney has requested that they be returned, despite them having been made public at some point, and so that however they have been made public remains that way, but any additional documents that may have been circulated were requested to be returned, and they usually follow up on that. I'm just wondering in this case if if that is what was being asked for, in support of the complainant for that request.
Is that, Member Wolf, is that a question to Mr. White?
No, it's a question for us because he had asked if that particular point that was made could be either redacted or the information on that be pulled. And I recall that Ms. Leger at that meeting had said that wouldn't be a problem. She'd just have to check with her supervisor. It seemed pretty rudimentary to me.
You know,
So what Member Wolf is saying is correct. It was Mr. White did not realize that in submitting this information, which included some personal information and a personal narrative, that he did not realize was going to be posted on the internet. And since we were not going to take up his case anyway, he asked if that could be removed. And that was the request that was being sent to the clerk's office. If you think there's a chance that going through the city attorney's office that we could, on his behalf, seek to have that removed, I don't know if it's possible. I mean, those are I am presenting the facts as we have them. The request was made. It was denied by the clerk's office. I don't know if there's further opportunity to have the city attorney intervene on his behalf.
we have obviously a legal counsel here. If he might want to weigh in, maybe you could provide some guidance on this issue.
I would like to see the actual documents.
You can, if you, I believe, for item 5C, if you click on the attachments. So there's his complaint, and then there are, I believe, Mr. White, the documents that you're seeking to have removed, if we look at the file, are these, for example, the handwritten document that would be currently page 514 in the PDF, and I believe the several pages following that?
Yeah, I believe it'd be on the cover letter for the Sunshine Ordinance complaint form. There's 5 additional pages I handwrite. It says 5, please attach any relevant documentation. 5 additional pages, so that'd be pages 1 through 5. That's what I'm requesting due to the fact that case review, potential discrepancies.
I was under the understanding that it wasn't so much the initial complaint as the details in your. It was my understanding that we're talking about pages labeled at the bottom 514, and I believe on 514, 515, 516.
514.
Member LaHood, if you look at the top of those pages, it looks like in a thick pencil or pen, it has those
1,
pages.
2, 3. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4, 5.
Thank you. 4 and 5, I believe, were responses to Mr. White, which seemed not as much of concern to him as what he wrote in the ones numbered with the you're right, in a marker with the circle 1, 2, and 3. Is that correct, Mr. White?
Correct.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, for the most part, I was saying 1 through 5, but 1 through 3, I say would take priority because I'm going back with him, not knowing what's going to happen due to this oath, this vow of silence regarding personnel records.
Okay, thank you. Member Schmidt?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
But put D on blast. You know what I mean? Like
It sounds
forefront.
to me like
intelligence.
Mr. White
I'm an idiot.
is seeking to remove some documents that he submitted from what also seems to me to be, at this point, the public record. That's not something that I think would be anything we would do, nor would we, as a task force, know how he could do it. Just as a matter of if he were if he were to ask me personally, how can I do this? I would probably tell him, I don't know how you do it. Go find a lawyer who might, specialize in how you do that. But it seems like if there is such a process, I don't think it's really something that's anything that our panel would know how to do. And but if there is such a process, I don't think anyone here is even supposed to know how he would do that. But it seems to me that it is in the public record right now, and I haven't heard of such a process existing other than something where you litigate it and you make an attempt to get a judicial order. But that's not what we do here.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so we've had a situation where documents were distributed to us. I can't remember what year it was. It was definitely during my current tenure where documents had been distributed incorrectly. And we had gotten notice from the city attorney to return them. And so I'm sure there is a process through the city attorney's office when documents are either incorrectly or mishandled to have them returned. And I believe there was I think anonymous that happened to anonymous with all the multiple complaints that happened to. I think it was him or they.
But aren't we just talking about the case that he submitted? Like, he just wants to remove things in his case. It's not separate documents. It's what he himself submitted, correct?
My understanding.
It's part of the case file.
It's part of the case file.
Right.
That's already been made public.
Right. Can I ask another question?
Go ahead, Member Stein.
Somewhat unrelated, but also related. So what I'm trying to understand is, it almost sounds like he wants to withdraw the case and I'm wondering if that's a better way to go than to decide that there's no jurisdiction. Because for one, I don't really understand the no jurisdiction piece of it because, we've in the past, these are obviously public documents. There is a request. He says that his request was made orally by phone in 2 different phone calls. Obviously, we can't verify that, but that is still a valid way to make a request. And we've said before that aspects of documents that the DPA might have are under our jurisdiction. So I'm just not understanding why we would say there's no jurisdiction. It might be that we don't believe there are documents or we don't have enough evidence of the request and they're claiming there wasn't a request and there's a factual issue there. We're not sure a request was received in a sense or understood as a request that it was, even though, the petitioner says that he made this request orally by phone. So I'm just wondering if it's better to withdraw this case.
We had recommended that,
Uh-huh.
but I believe, and I'm recalling this and not listening to the transcript of it. I believe we had suggested that, but Mr. White did not want to withdraw the request. Mr. White, do you recall that?
I do not recall that. If there is audio out there on record, maybe I could be dumbfounded rather than unfounded. I don't. I just recall the case being dismissed and no jurisdiction being stated.
Let me ask members Wong or Vice Chair Wong and Member Wolf, because we discussed that, but then decided to proceed by this other method. Do you recall how we got to that point?
I don't have enough detail in my notes. I would have to review the audio for this meeting. this meeting, this case.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I just have what we decided in terms of our motion.
Well, let me do this then. Mr. White, since you're here, well, I'll just ask that question. Would you like to go ahead and withdraw this case? Obviously, if you have a new case at any point in the future, you're certainly free to submit any future case, just to make this maybe a little bit more clean.
So does that involve redaction from the?
That's a separate issue. Whether or not we can, we'll talk about that. But just as far as if you want us to make a determination on the merits of the case, not the redaction part.
So merits, meaning, okay, so after the case review, I may send it back because so that's what you're saying,
Chair,
that I'm welcome to bring it back
Member Schmidt?
with a fresh start.
Chair, it sounds to me like we have some uncertainty amongst ourselves. I guess it would be simpler if we asked the petitioner or tried to urge the petitioner just to go away, but I'm opposed to putting any kind of pressure on the petitioner to withdraw their complaint. I think that I think it would belong on the consent calendar. I would tend to reword it as Member Stein has suggested, that we just say that we believe there's no violation. But I would just want to speak up on behalf of the cause of the petitioner and say to the petitioner that it's his choice whether he withdraws his case or not.
So to me, if I may, am I at
Go ahead,
liberty here? I'm trying to understand, if I withdraw the case, so if I don't withdraw the cases, is it foregoing it from this point to a different agenda? Even though there was stated no jurisdiction?
Okay, so let me try to, one option would be that you withdraw the case. Okay, if you don't want to withdraw the case, and you certainly don't have to. The task force has a variety of options before it. It can go ahead and rule that it's dismissed or that there's no violation. We can accept exactly what the Compliance Amendments Committee said, or we could substitute wording if we wanted to, and it could be that we vote to close it. Or, I don't know how the vote's going to go, right? Or someone in the task force or multiple members may feel that, it should proceed and there should be a full hearing on it before the full task force, in which case it would be placed on a future agenda, and you'd be asked to come and prepare, a presentation. The department would come and they prepare their side, and then we would go back and forth and discuss and try to figure out if a violation had occurred and whether or not we should issue an order to turn the records over. Those are the various ways that this could go.
So this is basically a leveled process. So the initial dismissal and the June 27th committee, Compliance and Agenda Committee, that's just kind of like a precursor.
That was a recommendation to
That's
the
a
full task
recommendation to the full task force.
Right. So now what we decide now is what the final action is going to be. The committee makes a recommendation, then the full task force takes action on it. So I don't know how my colleagues will want to handle it. Like I said, you could withdraw it. There's certainly no pressure to do so.
Well, I'm still questioning the validity of jurisdiction regarding 67.7. 67.21 also is very in the oral phone calls, if I can dig up records, which has some generic ones, but if we could match that. I know I call it less messages, but and as far as 67.7 is concerned, the oath.
Chair Yankee, I discourage discussion on the matter. If you do want to discuss it, we should
it should be
pull it for a future meeting, even if it's just jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So we should either vote on it or continue it to a future meeting.
So let me, sir, just all I want to do is know is, did you want us to vote or did you want to withdraw it?
Well, as far as
pressure either way.
I'm just curious as to the difference between the outcome of withdraw. How does that affect me as the petitioner? If I withdraw, okay, well then I can resubmit after my case review at the DPA at this point.
Correct. So if you withdraw it,
circumstance.
Right. So if you withdraw it, we'll go ahead and close the file now. If you want to refile a complaint at any point in the future, you can submit evidence based on whatever interactions you have with DPA, and the administrator would open up a new file. it would go to the committee again and kind of start the process from the beginning.
And,
That's how,
okay.
if you make that choice.
So if we carry on, okay, and you vote on it, then how does that affect me as far as, okay, then it's embedded into the system, and into the SOTF system?
Then we would vote on the file, and whatever the task force decides is how we would proceed.
And if you do not vote jurisdiction, if there's no eye on jurisdiction, then it's going to be closed and technically withdrawn anyways.
If the task force votes to find no jurisdiction or no violation, then the file would also be closed. It would just be the task force doing it, not you doing it. But it's possible that that's not how we'll vote. I don't know how.
I'm thinking at this point, it's a little catty-wampus here as far as me going back to the case review and trying to clear up confusion around this oath that I have to take revolving around redacted officer records, which probably aren't existing. I'm seeking the precincts. Okay, that's a different.
Right. We can't get in the merits right now. I just want to know if you could just let me know one way or the other. Do you want to withdraw or not? Just so we can proceed.
If it has anything to do with redaction on my end, what's posted under my email with
that's separate
the
issue.
ease, that's all clerk related.
We'll talk about that
Things
separately.
also heard city attorney. I'm here in litigation.
Right. Well, we'll talk about whether or not that can be redacted momentarily. We're just trying to figure out if you wanted to keep this file. Do you want us to vote on it, or do you want us to withdraw it? You could choose.
So I would like to withdraw and start again due to the fact that I feel that I wasn't transparent enough with probably the 67.7, which I'm going to come back with 67.7 probably.
Okay. So it looks like we'll have the record indicate that the complainant has withdrawn 23033. Do we want to talk about the redaction part before we move on to a vote on the rest of the consent agenda? Did anyone have?
If I could just make
Go ahead.
one comment, I think that in the circumstances, I would urge the petitioner not to walk away and think that by dismissing, that means that the documents are removed from the record. I don't think anyone believes that's the case. We could talk about it further. I'm not trying to stop that. I just wanted to sort of make clear that at this point, I don't see any reason to think that the paperwork that you submitted is not in the public record right now, and nobody has come up with a way to remove it from the public record, though we apparently are moving on to discuss potential redaction. That's just more a statement than anything I wanted to make.
And I suppose it just seemed kind of silly to me as far as me making the decision to withdraw rather than a vote because of the uncertainty with the redaction for my public record. Because if you
I'd like to make a comment in that.
What's the difference?
Member Schmidt is correct that even with a withdrawal or continuing, no matter what, all documents will stay online unless I receive explicit instructions to remove them, which I probably will not get. And in addition to that, who knows who has taken my documents already and placed them on another website. So I can only talk to my own website. I cannot talk to anyone who's linked to my website or anything of that nature.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out to task force members, in case you didn't see the response from the Department of Police Accountability on page 552, which was part of our reasoning about what made it so difficult to, and I realize there's a distinction between our jurisdiction and their jurisdiction and what Mr. White was requesting. And as you can see, some of the things that he was requesting, they were saying that they didn't actually have or have access to, but they were willing to, have a conversation with Mr. White to, provide additional information about their response to him to his initial request from 2020. And I just want to make sure that task force members are fully aware of what their response was.
Member Stein, did you have a comment?
Oh, I just wondered if there was a way for us as a task force to endorse that if he wants to have certain information removed, that we would be okay with that if it was to go to an administrator to decide whether that submission could be removed. And I want to say, I did read all of it, and I just feel like we've had a lot of cases with the DPA, and the DPA always says that that these things are personnel records and we can't release them.
It's not that part so much as the there were other aspects of that came up in the conversation about. I think there was some confusion about what they were actually able to do based on their previous response to him. Yes.
It's regarding, the 67.7 is revolving around the case review investigative process of the DPA. We don't know who these officers are. I'm like, okay. And
I'd like to interrupt. We're not speaking on.
Yeah, we can't really just talk about the merits right now. This is just procedure.
Okay, merits, it is procedure because it's revolving around personnel records. Okay, but I'm not seeking personnel records at this point. Like, I'm seeking clarity on DPA's process and and what they did. Okay, so I declined the case review because I'm not going to be silenced coming in off of the streets or in a low position or whatever, and they're going to try and silence me walking around about a cop. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And run their mouth about me.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, it's not really necessarily up to an administrator, so to speak, whether it's redacted or not. If we are the body that can decide that. These are our records too. And unless we hear from, let's say, legal counsel that says some citation of law says that we can't do that, things get redacted all the time after the fact, even though they may still exist in the public domain. But moving forward, if they are repeated, more updated version was repeated more often, then more people would see the redaction, whether or not it was released at an earlier time. And things get redacted for much less reason than what is being requested and the gravity here in this particular case. So I just wanted to notate that it's not up to necessarily some administrator that makes the decision, so to speak. We can make that decision unless we're advised by legal counsel that it would be improper, or that, I would just leave it at that if it was improper.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I'm just going to note that we've been on this for 45 minutes, and in the interest of moving things along, I know you have a hard stop at 9, so I think we need to figure out how we're going to act. I would suggest at this point that at least we take a motion on the rest of the consent agenda. Maybe it sounds like this has been withdrawn. There's 2 other files, and then if someone wants to make a separate motion regarding what we want to do with records that are already online, but that's not part of the consent agenda motion. That's like 2 separate issues, so I'd kind of recommend that we do it that way. So I don't know if we have a motion on the consent agenda at this point.
I believe the motion would be to approve consent agenda items on 5A and 5B.
That would be the motion if anyone wants to make that. And then the record is going to indicate that 5C has been withdrawn.
You want to double check on that?
He said,
So after the further discussion and the uncertainty around the clerical situation, which explicit instructions, I'm not sure what explicit means because I do have emails revolving around this. Potential audio, I don't know. If you take a vote, and I can, so if you take a vote on the jurisdiction, and it's not what I want to hear, I'm going to go back there with their process and find out how clear it actually is, and then come back with something different. So I might as well reverse my uncertain response to your
Okay, so
and have you take a vote on it.
So you do not want to withdraw?
Take a vote on it.
Okay. So we were
Final answer.
Okay, final answer. Okay, great. Okay, so it is not withdrawn. So Victor, can you please have the record indicate?
I have removed that.
Okay,
language.
great. Okay, so now we need a vote, a motion on the consent agenda. We have a motion on the consent agenda.
Actually, I would like to proceed with this, although I do hear Member Stein's question about whether it should have been, you know what, I don't know at this point. Jurisdiction or just lack of evidence to support moving forward with the case.
Yeah, can I just say, from what I read in this case, it seemed like there's the assertion that there was a couple phone call requests for information about the process of deciding that, a complaint that was submitted to the DPA was just informational, right? And from what I understand, if you're requesting records related to that, to what the process was, you would at least get back your own records, right? Even if there was other stuff that was confidential personnel information, and not even that was given. As far as I understand,
The phone calls were not received.
they contend they weren't received. So
Yes.
that's an argument of that we can't, we can never get to the bottom of that,
Right,
right?
we
can
can't-
never know for sure. Was a phone call made? Did somebody forget to log it? Was it not made? Whatever it was, we don't have hard evidence there. But I would still not want to say no jurisdiction, because we've said in the past that we had jurisdiction over DPA, but I would rather say, not enough information or something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, one second, Member Wolf, I'll get you. I had wanted to say something first here. I was going to, to this point, if we could also just close the file. That's another thing that the bylaws allow us to do, and not really make a ruling on it. We can, express that, it's close the file for a lack of information would be something we might want to do. I'm just throwing it out there. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was going to suggest another alternative would be to just pull this item, send it back to committee, get clarification, and then resubmit it accordingly.
I'd like to assert that there's not enough information, and I'd like to assert that here rather than sending it back to committee, because I don't think we're going to come up with a different decision.
It will not get any clearer.
It will not get any clearer.
Yeah, agreed. This is Vice Chair Wong.
Does it have to go, I'm sorry, Member Hill. Does it have to go back to committee if we pull it? Or can it just?
We could pull it in and we could come before the task force as a normal hearing. Is another option. If someone wants to ask for it to be pulled, we can pull it and I can schedule it. It's not going to be heard for quite some time. It's a 2023 matter and we're still on 2022. So maybe we're talking about a year from now, it might get heard as a standalone file. It'll be added to the other file.
The only reason I'm asking that is because it seems like all the suggestions that are being made here are different from the recommendation that is on the consent. So the only way that we could pass the consent as is would be to agree to the recommendation by the committee. And I haven't heard anybody say that they necessarily agree with that recommendation. Well, besides the representatives of the committee. So that's only, I mean, it could just be, I perceive, yeah.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I guess I'm also just curious, how thoroughly folks looked over this file, because it is, on the consent agenda. So I would recommend not pulling the file and hearing it as a full, full task force. But I am also on that committee and did look over that file.
But my vote would be that it's unclear whether lack of jurisdiction is the right wording here. But I don't know if it could be, because even the words lack of jurisdiction can be somewhat ambiguous and they can mean different things in different places. And here you could make the argument that there's a lack of jurisdiction because there's no basis for us to find any kind of violation. It's an odd sort of subcategory of cases in that way. I looked at the file. I do believe that there's nothing that really we can do. I think that I was going to vote to have it dismissed as a consent matter. I do see that there's weirdness in how we categorize it. That's sort of where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. To me, it seems like it might not be jurisdiction, not in the traditional sense that had there
Right.
been a request, we wouldn't have jurisdiction. But because it doesn't sound like there actually really was a request, we can't hear complaint cases on requests that didn't actually occur, right? Because that's it. You know, we can only, if I'm understanding correctly, when I reviewed the file, that was my takeaway and how I was interpreting your
Yeah.
use of jurisdiction ends. We can't rule if there wasn't a really request. We can't.
Or there's not, at this point, it's, there's not evidence, even, you know, I know what Mr. White says, but there's the department asserts that they have no evidence, that they did not receive the calls. There's no record of the calls, that they only found out about this when they heard about the complaint. And so they were not responding because, as far as they were concerned, this was the first they were hearing of it, and they have no evidence that they had previously been contacted about it.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, just
Yeah,
not to
Member Wolf.
belabor the point, you know, as a committee member, I feel a little a little embarrassed, but also a little at a disadvantage because I didn't necessarily prepare that there would be any issue with this item, despite my not recollecting the details, and now I'm clearly not recalling the details, and would feel very uncomfortable about finding in favor of the no jurisdiction as part of the consent agenda. So I would request that it be pulled from the consent agenda and just be voted on separately.
Okay, we can do that. There's, you know, I'll note that the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't require a full hearing. It allows us, you know, it's optional. So we can take a separate vote on that. So Victor, please have the record indicate that Member Wolf has requested file number 23033 be severed from the consent agenda. So that being said, could we at least get a motion on items 5A and 5B?
I'll move to on 5A and 5B.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf to accept the suggested actions for items 5A 22132 and item 5B 22133. Do we have a second?
Member Stein, I'll second it.
Member Stein. Okay, seconded by Member Stein. Any discussion on that particular motion? Okay, see none, we go to public comment on that motion.
Yes, if there's anybody who would like to make public comment on the motion to approve the consent agenda for item numbers 5A and 5B. This is 5A and 5B. Would you like to comment on those two items? It's not your item.
Proposition, no,
Okay.
we don't.
We have one person with their hand raised
Okay.
for public comment. Hello, caller. I have unmuted you. You can proceed with your public comment.
Hello, this is Michael Petrellis calling in, and I'm sorry I'm late to the meeting. I raised my hand primarily to make sure that I would be recognized for when my item involving the health department comes up later in the meeting. If I understand what you're discussing right now, item 5A is about my complaint against Supervisor Safai. And then 5B is my complaint against Dean Preston. And I would like to see both complaints move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrellis, and you're correct that we're on items 5A and 5B. We have not yet called the item against the Department of Public Health. That'll be next. Any other public commenters?
There are no other public commenters on this matter.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Are we ready for a vote on that particular motion?
Yes.
See no objection. Go ahead, Victor.
Yes, on this motion to approve the consent agenda for items 5A and 5B, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection with Member Highland being absent. And just to reaffirm, items 5C has been withdrawn from the consent agenda.
It's been severed. Yeah, we're not going to say
Severed,
withdrawn.
sorry.
Yeah, we'll say it's severed. Okay, so now we are on file number 23033. This is item 5C. That's now been severed. Just to keep things moving, I'm going to make a motion to take no further action and close the file.
We cannot. We severed it, so it needs to be continued to a future agenda. Once it's severed, my apologies. Let me think about that.
The
for a moment.
bylaws don't say that.
I thought when things are taken off what's it
If we do not go with the
Good
action,
It
thinking.
goes right to the same meeting.
It can, yeah. It's that. I mean, okay. Let me read what the bylaws say. Okay. Let me find that part. Okay, consent agenda. It says, after the consent agenda item is introduced by the administrator, any member may request one or more individuals' files be removed from the consent agenda or consent calendar and addressed on the same day's agenda as an independent item. So that's where we're at right now. The administrator shall read into the record each item removed from the consent calendar. We've done that. Okay. If consent items are removed, they will be discussed immediately after adoption of the balance of the consent calendar. So that's where we're at now. After the opportunity for public comment is provided, all matters remaining on the consent calendar shall be approved by a single action with a single action to have the effect of the individual action on each matter. So we've already taken that. So now we are on talking about 23033 as a standalone item, not on the consent agenda, but on this meeting's agenda per our bylaws.
okay. My only caution in that, or the reason I voiced
Yep.
is that if we do start discussing it, we do not have the other party present today.
Correct. So if we start hearing the merits of it, that might be a concern. So that now we have to decide how we're going to dispose of this as a separate matter. If we're going to want to set up a hearing for it, if we want to go back to committee, if we want to close the file, I would recommend not making a motion on finding a violation or not finding the violations. That would seem to, indicate that we're hearing some type of merits of the case, which is why I suggested what I did. But I'm certainly. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Chair, yeah, it just generally, when you sever a file based upon what is being recommended is, that's what's being brought forward. So it's really we start off at the point in the same place as what we were just before. So, it's the committee has brought forward a recommendation. Do we agree with that or don't agree with that? And then come up with a motion to move it, to do whatever it is at that point. Just to be clear where we are in the process as this item comes up. You just call it independently.
Right. We've called it. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
So we're calling it separately. We could talk about, we obviously have a suggestion from the committee. We can accept exactly what that is. We can make a motion. I would caution against actually having a full hearing on the merits right now, since it wouldn't have been sent out to have someone from the respondent side. So if that's something people feel we need to do, then I would recommend continuing it. If that's the.
Chair Yankee,
Yes, member.
I have just a quick quick question on that. Typically when items are on a consent agenda and it is already noted and it's in our bylaws that if it were to be pulled off the consent agenda by any one person, that you would take up the matter in the same meeting, that would be an indication that any item that's already on the consent agenda, you have to assume, both parties would have to assume that it might come off the consent agenda. So I guess my question is, do we alert folks who are respondents and complainants?
We tell them that it's going to be on the consent agenda, but we tell them that they do not have to attend, that they may optionally. Obviously, part of the purpose of this is to not have people have to drive down to City Hall or call in.
Yeah.
And so that's why if we do feel it needs to be a separate hearing, we would let them know and do so accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
There is a, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Member Sack.
There is let me describe one scenario that we need to be concerned about. And I'm not saying that it could happen in this case, but if we are to hold a full hearing on this, there's a slight possibility that we would find in favor of the petitioner. And that illustrates maybe why we really can't go ahead today if the respondent has already been told that there's no need for them to appear. And I think that's in the same vein as what Mr. Young has noted as to there's no respondent here. So I don't know if there's, even if the bylaws say we can, I don't know if that's really in accord with consent agenda procedure.
I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion, Victor, and someone else can.
I just was curious if we could still ask some questions of the petitioner.
I don't
feel
think
like
if it's about the merits, I would caution against it because we don't have someone here from, so I think.
Yeah, I guess my only reason is I feel like there are certain, like if I was understanding better what I'm reading in this case, my ideas about what to do going forward might be different.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the consent agenda items should be fairly self-evident. If you feel there's the need for additional questions, then that might be indicative of the fact that there should potentially be a separate hearing on it, right? Doesn't mean we all agree, but I mean, that's.
I'm just going to say, if you think there needs to be a hearing on this, I would ask that it not be sent back to compliance and amendments, because I don't think that we are going to have a different conversation about that. If other members think they might come to a different conclusion, perhaps it should go to the complaint committee. But and Vice Chair Wong and Member Wolf, I can't picture us coming. I mean, the only thing that we might, I don't see us recommending a finding of violation in this case.
Chair Yaki,
Member Schmidt.
I'm going to, and I agree with Member LaHood that this doesn't belong in a committee. There's nothing a committee could do with it. But I am going to put a motion on the floor to at least consider that we continue the matter and we have a full hearing, a non-consent calendar hearing on this with respondent present at a future full task force hearing. I don't know if there's any other way we can really proceed. So I'm going to make the motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Schmidt to continue this matter. Okay. Just let me finish this. I'll get your second, but just for the record, it's to continue this matter for a full hearing before the full task force, just to be clear that this is not going back to committee. And that's seconded by Member Wolf. Okay. So any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just
Yes.
real quick, a minute. I just want to say that I feel remiss not recalling and not having reviewed the audio because I didn't have enough written notes to be able to provide more detail because I don't think enough detail about this particular item in the past hour, almost hour that we've been on it, has been provided for anyone here to make an informed decision. I haven't heard it. So I agree with the continuing of the item. Gives me at least an opportunity as a member of that committee that moved this forward to either, be confident and assure what it was that we moved forward. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other comments from members? If not, we're going to open this motion up to public comment.
This is Member LaHood. I might recommend that if this is going to come to the full task force, that everyone go back and listen to the audio from that conversation. I recall quite a bit of it, and I think there's a lot of nuance that will point to why we're very unlikely to find a violation in this case. But perhaps that is not evident enough in the documents that are part of the agenda packet.
Okay. Let's open up to public comment.
Yes, if there's any public comment on the motion regarding 5C to continue it to a future meeting, you can raise your hand or approach the podium. And Mr. White, this is only regarding the continuance and nothing else.
Okay. Continue. So I guess I'm trying to get clear in my mind here. The standalone called separately, that it's been a decision by Schmidt and Wolf to move forward to a full hearing. Is that?
Yes. So at this point, there's a motion on the floor to move this for a full hearing before the task force, which means at some point this file will come back and we'll be able to talk about the merits, and we'll have someone from DPA also show up, and you can both present your sides to the full task force, and we'll consider whether or not there's a violation. Just, administratively, so you're aware, we probably have a backlog of roughly, give or take, 100 cases. So this is not something that would be occurring in the near future. That's where we're at. So that would be where it would be reappear before us for a full hearing on the merits.
And just to be clear, if we had done that before, it would not have shown up on this particular agenda.
Correct.
Because it would have been months down the line anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
The consent calendar is meant to expedite things because we have a backlog and people feel that, we should have a way to not have to, for things that seem to be fairly evident, that there doesn't need to be a hearing, that we move things forward and not add to the backlog. But here we are. So.
Okay. And understand that backlog now would definitely, influence my decision to withdraw, I suppose, start over. Okay. Yeah. Basically, yeah. I mean, okay. So just wait for word to come back to me, and we're handling the redaction, I guess, is not part of the.
Correct. This has nothing to do with redacting. This is just continuing this for a full hearing before the task force in the future. That's what this motion is.
Okay. And it's projected revolving around 100 case backlog, which is an indefinite date at this point.
Correct. I can't guarantee you a date that it would come back before us. But we have several from 2022 that still need to be heard. And for the most part, we try to go in the order in which they're filed.
Okay. Nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you. If there's anybody on the online system who'd like to make public comment on this motion, you can raise your hand. Okay, there's no additional public comment.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to a vote on this then.
Yes, on that motion, Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Nay.
Wong, nay. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Chair Yankee.
No.
Yankee, no. The motion fails.
Is that a substantive motion to continue? In this case, does it hit the third?
The only issue is that there's still no status on this matter. No action has been taken on this matter at this time. It's in limbo.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, so this is more procedural than it was substantive, since the merits were not
Right.
discussed.
that was my impression, that this, because it's continuous, not a ruling on the merits, that a majority of the members who voted is enough, I believe, to make a procedural.
My instructions are quorum of the entire body and not of those present.
I would defer to legal counsel.
Legal counsel.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so we've generally operated under the any substantive motion. If we find a violation or not violation, we have to have 6 votes, which is the majority of our 11-member body, even though there's not necessarily 11 members here. I believe that there's some thought, I'm with Member Wolf, that there's some thought that we can take non-substantive motions, things like, well, I'm not sure, that's what we're asking you, what we could just vote on with the majority of the members present rather than the majority vote of the body. Does that make sense? Like, does a motion to continue this trigger a 6-vote threshold? Because this was a 5-2. Okay. Do we need 6 votes, or is the 5 sufficient to have it pass?
That I'm going to have to defer to Mark, and Mark will be, I think he's outside in the hallway.
Okay.
Let's delay this matter to later in the meeting and move on.
Is he around that we can recess for 5 minutes?
We can just take this up later in the meeting if you'd like. Just take the items out of order.
Well, because I'd rather recess, because
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. If you could check with him real fast, we'll do
I
like
will.
a 5-minute
I will.
break.
I
If you
will.
want to. Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 6:17.
Okay.
Just want to double check. Okay. The meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is reconvening at 6:18. Just calling in the roll. All members are present, both in person and online.
Okay, excellent. So the question was whether or not this is procedural, and if it's procedural, whether or not it can pass with just affirmative vote of majority of the members present. I'll note that our bylaws say, in part, this is section 7, the affirmative vote of a majority of the members of the task force 6 shall be required for the approval of all substantive matters. Procedural matters shall require an affirmative vote of a majority of the members present. So I will turn it over to our legal counsel to rule on whether or not this is procedural or substantive.
Mark Price Wolf, DCA here. Don't really make rulings.
To guide us.
But this has to do with my understanding is continuing the matter to another calendar, and I would liken that to changing the order of items on an agenda. And it seems more along the lines of a procedural matter, rescheduling something than actually substantively dealing with the issue. I think this could be more complicated if for some reason by procedurally moving it to another date, it's having a huge substantive impact on the case. Like if there's something very time sensitive, I think that complicates it if that is the case. But doesn't sound like that's present here. And it does sound like a pretty routine procedural issue. I think maybe we're getting caught up in it because we've been discussing it for so long, it might feel substantive, but I think just changing it to another date is a procedural issue.
Chair, I would definitely be in accord with that. It seems to me it's a continuance and nothing else.
Okay, so I'll rule that this has passed as a procedural matter with a 5-2 vote, and will be continued to a future task force meeting.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other motions, discussion on this before we move on? Okay, so I'm just going to let Mr. White know. If you have issues with the redaction, I recommend you contact clerk's office staff. There's been no motions and the task force isn't at this point apparently getting involved in that. So, okay, let's move on to item number 6.
Yes, item number 6, file number 22082, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. I believe that we have Mr. Lim present with us. And if Mr. Petrellis, if you can raise your hand so I can identify your number, it would be appreciated. Okay. I believe the chair has some statements before he's ready for the parties.
Yes, so just since we're starting the actual complaint hearings now, I just want to do a quick summary of what the meeting procedures are. We will start with the complainant presenting his or her facts and evidence for 5 minutes. If there's any other parties to present facts or evidence, they'll have 3 minutes. The city will then have 5 minutes to respond. Any other parties on behalf of the city can also have up to 3 minutes. The matter will then be with the task force to ask questions if need be. After that, the respondent and complainant will each be able to provide a rebuttal. We'll start with the complainant, or start with the respondent, followed by the complainant for 3 minutes. It'll then go to the task force for deliberation and a motion, at which point we will take public comment and then our final vote. So that's the way that this will work. So we will start with Mr. Petrellis for 5 minutes. And Victor, if you can let Mr. Petrellis know. Actually, before we do that, let's just hear this went to the complaint committee. Looks like on August 16th of 2022. So let me give the chair of the complaint committee, Member Schmidt, the floor if he wants to provide any background to it.
Yes, it's a very straightforward case. Mr. Petrellis asked for some documents from the Department of Public Health. He was told that he needed to use the next request system. He did not want to use that system, and ultimately he believes that he didn't get what he was looking for, and it is directly connected with the insistence on using the next request system. I would also ask if other members have further notations on that, the members of the committee.
I don't, Ms. Stein, except for to say that,
Could you pull the microphone up?
Oh.
They're having a hard time.
yeah, the only other thing I might add was he made his request on June 14th. I think the records eventually got to him on June 24th. I think outside of next request because he couldn't use the portal or access the portal. But this is essentially about whether next request can be, you can assert that the petitioner needs to use that.
Okay, great. And Member Wolf, did you have any comments on this before we begin? Okay, not hearing any. We'll go ahead and start.
Yeah,
So
no.
Oh, okay. Thanks for confirming. Okay, so Victor, if you can let Mr. Petrellis know when his 5 minutes are starting.
You can begin at this time, Mr. Petrellis.
I'm ready.
Please proceed.
Hi, this is Michael Petrellis. First of all, I have to say thank you to everyone who serves on the task force, because you're volunteers and you're doing democracy a great favor. And I say that because I noticed it's almost a year since the complaint was filed, and I don't recall why it's taken this long to come before the full task force, but here we are today, and I hope that in the future we look at moving all of the complaints toward a resolution in less time. That said, regarding this complaint, I am a low-tech person, and I always have trouble with next request, whether it's the police department or the health department wanting me to use the third party to obtain city records. It proves a hindrance. That's the word I'm looking. It hinders me from accessing the public records. So I'm asking for clarification, which should be passed along to all of the city agencies that use Next Request, that they, when they receive a request from the public, okay, they can say, please use Next Request, but also I think they should say in their response, acknowledging receipt of the request, the agency needs to say, and if there is any reason why you cannot use or do not want to use Next Request, please let us know and we will work directly with you. That's the gist of what this matter means to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrellis. And who do we have from Victor from Public Health?
We have Mr. Lim. Victor Lim.
Okay, great. Before we get to Mr. Lim, though, are there any other parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? I'm assuming there's none online, Victor?
He might be having trouble unmuting himself. He is unmuted.
Hi there, Victor Lim from DPH. Can you?
Okay, just before we'll get to you, just one sec. I'm asking if there's any other parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the.
Nobody has indicated.
Okay, great.
With raised hands.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and move on to Mr. Lim.
Hi there, Victor Lim, Assistant Director of Public Affairs and Custodian of Records with the San Francisco Public Health Department. Should I continue?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. So according to what was discussed last year from our staff, again, we want to apologize to Mr. Petrellis if there was any difficulty with the platform, the Next Request platform at the time by staff at the time, trying to respond to him or instructing him to obtain any documents on the portal. We just want to reiterate that it is not a requirement by our department to only use Next Request. We do continue to accept email requests or other forms of public records requests to the San Francisco Department of Public Health. And so at this point, I think the issue was more on the portal. We as a department just prefer to use it as a tracking system. Oftentimes other members that do email us through the email directly, we as a courtesy will place the request on the Next Request portal for tracking purposes. And we understand that I think the Next Request software has made improvements. So if we should respond through the portal to the requester actually will receive an email notifying them. But in the case of Mr. Petrellis or anyone else in the future that may experience technical difficulties, we're more than happy to, as a courtesy and as a preference, respond directly via email with the attachments to ensure that the requester, be it Mr. Petrellis or anyone, do not run into this issue with the technology on Next Request. And so that's our summary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lim. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Hearing none. Okay, so members, if we have questions, now's the time to ask. All right, so this is Chair Yankee. Mr. Petrellis, just to clarify, I'm just trying to figure out how long did it take you to ultimately receive your records from when you first sent your request in via email? And have you received all your records?
I do not know, and I'm opening the attachments of 42 pages, and I'm scrolling down, trying to find any evidence of when the documents came to me, and I'm not seeing it. Seems to be repeat of previous emails. Oh, I see this was about the pigeon poop problem. Yeah, at Castro Street. Okay. No, but where's the response from DPH? Maybe Victor Lin from DPH can answer the question of when they provided me with the records, because my recollection from a year ago is that they did provide me with records.
Okay, so it's now that you still don't have records, it's this, we're just talking about whether or not they were timely. Is that?
I was just saying, in my notes, I have that it took 10 days ultimately to get the records.
10 days?
Yeah, I have in my notes from the hearing that the request was made June 14th and the records were sent June 24th.
Then I will stand by what your records say. I'm glad you keep such good records. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stein. Okay, so there's no records that are still missing then. This is
correct.
Okay, all right.
If you wish, I'm happy to reiterate the timeline that.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Lem. If you have, it was what Member Stein stated correct according to your records.
Sorry, would you like me to explain? Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So let me just give you a little bit of context. So on Saturday, May 21st of 2022, Mr. Petrellis made a complaint initially to the Environmental Health Services regarding pigeon waste at 501 Castro Street. And one of our inspectors, Adaku Ude, entered the complaint on May the 24th, and an inspection was completed on the same day. Inspectors saw the pigeon's nest at the time of the inspection. Notice of violation was issued to the Bank of America on May the 24th of last year to remove the waste and the nest materials.
Yeah, Mr. Lim, I just want to, not to cut you off, but just I'm just looking to see when Mr. Petrellis asked for the public records.
Oh, okay. Let me skip to
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, let's skip
So
to
he
that.
submitted a records request. So Mr. Petrellis submitted a records request via the Next Request portal on June the 14th, 2022. And then so on the due date of June the 24th, the responsive records were released to Mr. Petrellis. And on the same day at 1:05 p.m., he had sent a message via the Next Request portal that he mentioned he was unable to access the PDF file of records that was released to him and to please advise. And then subsequently, Mr. Petrellis then filed a complaint with the Sunshine Task Force on June the 23rd, which was later heard last year. On the same day at 1:29 p.m., going back to the 24th of June of last year, DPH Sunshine team emailed Mr. Petrellis the records directly. At the time, understanding that he had trouble accessing the PDF via the Next Request portal. And then we at DPH received no further communications from Mr. Petrellis reporting any barriers to receiving the records. So I think in terms of the timeliness and to ensure that Mr. Petrellis received the records, my predecessors at the time released the documents twice, the second time directly via email. So hopefully he still has it in his email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lim.
You say the date of that email release?
1:29 p.m. June 24th.
Okay, so that would be 10 days. Okay. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Schmidt.
So, Mr. Lim, you're saying that nobody at your department communicated to the petitioner that he was required to use the Next Request system. Is that correct?
I didn't speak to the original staff that may have instructed them to do so. First of all, I would apologize on behalf of the department if there was a misunderstanding. We have more than 12 different divisions at DPH that handle public records requests. We're going through some improvements right now to streamline the process. I think what happened at the time was that the staffers that did receive the complaint at the time may have informed Mr. Petrellis to use the Next Request portal in a way that may have sounded like that was the only option, but that is not true. So okay. What we're saying is that we continue to receive public records requests through email or other forms of communications.
Okay, and to Mr. Petrellis, it sounds like you accept that you did receive the records within the 10 days. Is there any communication that you recall to you that indicated that you were required to use the Next Request system with regard to this request?
No, I do not recall the R word required in any communication from DPH. I think they, at best, said strongly encourage me to use the third party, and that, of course, they explain it's better for their tracking system if I use Next Request, but I will not say that they made it a requirement.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Do we have any other questions? Anyone, Member Wolf or Vice Chair Wong? I can't see you, so if you have questions, just jump in.
No questions.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to rebuttals then. So we will start with Mr. Lim. You'll have 3 minutes for a rebuttal, and then we'll move to Mr. Petrellis.
Oh, we don't have anything to rebut. Again, we apologize if there was any misunderstanding in using Next Request, and I'm glad that we were able to provide the documents, and we're happy to continue working with Mr. Petrellis for any future requests that he may have with DPH. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lim, and we can move to Mr. Petrellis.
No further comment, rebuttal, or anything else from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrellis. Okay, so members, time for our deliberate and formulate a motion. Any thoughts on this one?
I don't see a violation. This is Member Schmidt. I couldn't vote for any kind of a finding of a violation here myself.
Is that a motion?
No,
No.
it may become one.
It may be, okay, gotcha. I'll state that I'm seeing the same thing. Seems that there's universal agreement that the request was made on June 14th. I see it's not an intake form. It looks like the email to our email address was made on June 23rd. I'm looking at page, what is it? Looks like 577 or 572. But in any event, it's dated June 23rd, which would have actually been the 9th day. So to me, it seems that the complaint may have been submitted a little prematurely, not being after the 10 days. I mean, it may have, we don't know what would have happened had the complaint not been lodged, but I think there's also agreement that the records were turned over on the 24th, and so that would be within the 10 days. So I'm not sure I see a violation here either.
Okay. I to Mr. Petrellis, this is Member Schmidt again. I would be concerned, and I think members of the task force, I'll just say I'm guessing that they would also be concerned if there were a mandate that next request be required, and that can be potentially a concern with other agencies. But because I don't see that was mandated here, I'm going to make the motion then that we find that there's no violation here of the Sunshine Ordinance or the other laws of the city and state.
Mm-hmm.
And I will move that this matter be dismissed.
Okay, so moved by Member Schmidt to find no violation and close the file.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, so seconded
Hill.
by Member Hill. Any discussion on that, members? If not, we'll move to public comment. Not seeing or hearing anything, so let's go ahead and move to public comment on that. Victor, when you're ready.
Yes, my apologies. I'm
No
just
problem.
trying to resolve
No
some
problem.
computer
No worries.
issues. Yes, if there's anyone like to make a motion, not make a motion, make public comment on the motion to find no violation, you can approach the podium at this time, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I have one hand raised at this time, and I will unmute them. Hi, I believe Mr. Warfield, if that's you, you can begin your public comment.
I didn't catch part of this, and I had trouble raising my hand. The system was not responding. Am I now in line to make public comment?
Yes.
This is, and please start the timer now.
Okay.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We are not a party to this complaint at all, and are not familiar, because of the late awareness of anything, But I have considerable, very negative experience with Next Request. At previous task force meetings, I said Next Request was a disaster. I don't think Next Request should be even allowed to be used for the public for the very reasons that Mr. Petrellis has said. He's got to jump through a bunch of hoops, and there's a whole range of problems. I have actually been to several libraries where nobody knows how to navigate Next Request, never heard of it, and can't figure it out. Even when I have a specific number, I've also found that when supposedly something was happening on Next Request, you couldn't find anything on the file number that had been supplied. Let me say that, first of all, when I send a letter, an email, to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force with the extension at sfgov.org or to the library at sfpl.org, and I see that in the complaint, Mr. Petrellis sent it to Public Records at sfdph.org, I think that one can have a right to expect a response from the recipient with a similar address. And what I have experienced in the past, and not just with one agency, is that you get a mysterious thing that does not come from the agency and frankly looks like spam. It says city records, and then it's coming from some place that's .com. And there's no reference whatsoever to my subject line. And it says, when I go as far as at least look at what's being sent, it's talking about something or another, and it's not using any of the words that I used in my subject line. And often it's not clear from what little text there is. What are they talking about? The whole thing looks like spam, and you have to open the thing, just like spam would require, in order to even presumably get any more information about what's going on. And as far as I'm concerned, I still have, especially in my early Next Request, where I wouldn't even touch it. I wouldn't even look at and see what the email is, let alone click on this or that. So I think that the whole thing, when he talks about he's not technical, even if you're technical,
time has elapsed.
I think that Next Request is not a legitimate answer.
Okay, do we have any other public commenters?
Okay, just double checking the list. I do not see any additional public commenters.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And when you're ready, Victor, if you could go ahead and take the vote.
Yes, on that motion, to find no violation in this matter, Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Highland, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lim and Mr. Petrellis, for joining us. We appreciate that. All right, I think we're up to item number 7.
Item number 7 is complaint filed by Mukon Rathi and the Electronic Frontier Foundation against Lieutenant Lynn Riley and the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 67.21B and E, 67.25 A, B, D, and sections 67.34 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On July 26, 2022, the EOTC heard the matter and referred it to the task force for hearing with certain recommendations.
Okay, so do we have the petitioner and the respondent online? Because I don't see them in the room.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. We have, I believe, Dave Moss as a party to the matter.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I on video as well? I can't see
Let
myself.
me double check. I do not see your video.
All right, I wouldn't even know where to find that in WebEx.
Give me a second. Let me give it a try. Oh, while I'm trying to work this out, is the respondent present today? I see a hand raised. Let me unmute that. Hi, caller. Are you the respondent in this matter?
Yes, this is Lieutenant Toomey for the San Francisco Police Department.
Thank you very much.
And I can see myself on video now, so we should be good.
Okay.
Okay, before we begin, let me see if there's anyone who can speak to this. This went to EOT, and that's chaired by Member Highland, who is not here. So let me see if there's anyone else who may be able to speak to that. And
while you're
Member Hill, looks like that was you. Okay, you're the only one left.
I'm happy to speak to it. So as I remember, this case involves a request for an annual report related to automated license plate readers, where it was in the policy that there would be an annual report and then a lot of information within that report. So the reason why the original request was an immediate request because there was an assumption that the report was done. And it didn't quite turn out that I think that actually happened, because as you can see in the file, it just the respondent continues to just kind of said they need more time, and so some of the data started to trickle in. And they were able to respond to some of the information that should have been contained in the annual report. But the reason why we also made the comment at the back was because the data ultimately within the report is held within software. And the person that was there originally to answer questions about the complaint wasn't knowledgeable enough about the information. So that's why we made the additional request to have somebody that was more knowledgeable about the data to be here today.
Okay, thank you, Member Hill. I think we're ready to get started. So Victor, when you're ready, if you can let Mr. Moss know. 5 minutes.
Mr. Moss, you may begin.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dave Moss. I am Director of Investigations at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. This request and complaint was originally filed on behalf of our organization by one of our legal fellows, Mukund Rathi, who has moved on to other occupations. And so I will be standing in his place and discussing this request and complaint. So for background, we are talking about automated license plate readers. This is a surveillance technology that uses cameras to take photos of people's license plates and document where the plate was seen with GPS coordinates and when it was seen with a time and date stamp. And then it uploads that to a central database. In this case, it goes to the Regional Fusion Center, which is called NICRIC, where it is mingled with data from every other agency in the Bay Area. This is a very controversial technology. There is state law regulating this technology and what kinds of records need to exist, including a policy that must be implemented, as well as keeping a log of access to the license plate reader system. In addition, there is a surveillance ordinance in the city and county of San Francisco that required SFPD to go through a process where they got a policy and impact report approved by the Board of Supervisors, and that is where our request comes in. Because in their policy and report document, it discusses having an annual report come out in the beginning of the year, every year, that will have certain pieces of information in it. When we did not see that document online, we filed a public records request, and we filed it as an immediate disclosure request because this document should exist. It's not something that should be buried or lost or take a long time to retrieve, because there's an ordinance and an approved policy that says this document must be created. However, this stretched on for a very long time. We'd phrased the request to ask for the report, and then separate from that, we actually asked individually for the different categories of information that were indicated would appear in said report. SFPD basically every 2 weeks gave itself an extension over and over and over again until it got to the point where we felt it was appropriate to file a complaint with this task force. Over the subsequent year, we continued to receive these delays from SFPD. There was a hearing with the complaints committee. I'm not sure exactly which committee, but it was discussed just a second ago. And eventually, fairly recently, SFPD gave us some information. They answered one of our questions, which was the number of license plate readers that they have. They have 3. And then eventually they did produce a report because they claimed that they never made the mandated report because they were given extensions, which may or may not be true, depending on how you look at the responses we received from COIT. But they eventually did give us in July a report, the required report, even though that report had actually been produced in December 2022. So rather than send it to us immediately when it was finally produced, they waited until July and this hearing coming up. We still have not received the individual pieces of information because the report they produced included none of those pieces of information. So there's a whole series of things that are cited in their policy that we would like to know. We also invoked the sections of the California Public Records Act where an agency on request is supposed to tell us where the data, the information is stored, and give us practical advice on how to overcome any barriers and to help us identify other records that might be responsive to our request. They did not do that in any of those cases, except to tell us that the cameras themselves are installed in cars and that the ALPR data itself is stored at NCRIC. It did not tell us where the data that we were seeking actually in our request was stored. Happy to answer any questions for you. I'm very knowledgeable about license plate readers and a lot in this complaint. However, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage because I am coming to this fairly late in the process.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
If you are a party to this matter, you can raise your hand at this time. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, so move over to the respondent. So Lieutenant Toomey, thank you for joining us. Victor, if you could let Lieutenant Toomey know when he may begin, and he has 5 minutes.
You may begin at your convenience.
Thank you. Like Mr. Moss, having taken over this request from somebody, I too am taking over this request from Lieutenant Riley, who's no longer a member of the San Francisco Police Department. So I too am coming in very late to this request. It was my understanding in looking at the request and trying to go through the history of it that the annual document was the one last piece of information that was requested that had not been addressed in providing a response to the complainant. The reason why, and trying to look through the background of it, is that our last communication with the complainant was in August of 2022, in which we stated we were still waiting for COIT to provide a template and guidelines as to the annual report. We then did not hear anything else from the complainant. When we received the task force notice of complaint this past July at the beginning of the month, I reviewed the complaint to see what it was all about and what information was missing, if there was any. I then realized and saw that it was the annual report that they were awaiting. And I then looked into, do we have that annual report? Between the time of our last communication with the complainant in August of 2022 and hearing of this complaint, that annual report was published. It is on our website. And we did respond to the initial respondent, Mr. Rathi, Rathi, which was the contact that we had for this initial request. And we let them know that the annual report was published and we gave them access to that. So looking at all of the requests that were made, we provided that we had no responsive records for much of it. And then we did provide the annual report once we realized that we did have it and that the complainant was still interested in getting it. We had not received any communication from the complainant since August of 2022 until we saw that there was a complaint with the committee, or the task force, pardon me, in 2023, July of 2023. I do apologize for the not seeing the note that stated that they wish to have somebody that had pertinent or substantive information with regards to license plate readers. I do not. My position in the police department is as merely a representative when it comes to speaking to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I did not see that there was a request to have a subject matter expert for license plate readers present. So I do apologize for that. If that is a fact that wants to be used by the task force to table this or move this to a different, take another, go another route. But if not, I'd be happy to try to determine, is there any documentation that we as a police department have that needs to be provided? I don't believe there is, based on the responses that we've given in the past and the fact that we provided this annual report just recently in the near past. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or provide you any insight that I might be able to do it.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Toomey. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
Yes, if you're a party to this matter with the respondent, you can raise your hand at this time. I do not see any indication of parties to the matter on behalf of the respondent.
Okay, thank you, Victor. All right, so members, if anyone has questions, now's the time.
I have a couple of questions. Go ahead.
This is Member Stein. I have a question for Lieutenant Toomey. Who is responding? Who does the responses? Is there more than one person, or is there somebody who's in charge of answering, public records requests?
For a functional idea of how our public records requests come in, the vast majority of them come in through the GovQA portal. They're reviewed by primarily two people in my office at legal, to which then it's determined who may be the person most knowledgeable that would have the information that's being requested. And then the staff within legal will reach out to the involved member or officer or staff member and to make an inquiry as to, do we have this information that's being requested? Some of them are quite simple, like, I'm looking for a police report. Well, we know we're going to send that to the records room, and the records room is going to review that request. Some of them are a little less simple. They're more complex, and then we have to start trying to figure out what it is they're actually asking for. In this case, this request was directed to a member of our, I want to make sure I got the correct, a member of our policy development, because it was specifically dealing with the new technology development that was required because of the city ordinance.
So if this request was directed to a member of policy development, so are you saying it never got entered into the GovQA system?
No, I apologize. That the GovQA system happens at the beginning. It's entered into the GovQA system, and
okay.
That is used to track, to diary
okay,
the progress of it.
So I assume the GovQA system has a way of noting that some requests are not closed, they're still outstanding. And I'm just wondering why, if there was a request for a report among other things, including other pieces of information. And that report is finished in December. Why would someone not get it until July if they had made a request, even before that report was finished?
It was my understanding that there was no timetable as to when we were going to get the format for which the report was going to have to be published. So I can't speak to why this specific request lapsed or was closed, other than to assume that based on the fact that they were asking for a document that we knew would at some point exist, but had no timetable as to determine when it would exist, is why it was probably closed with, because I believe that, and I want to look to the letter that it was sent. The response stated that we did not produce an annual report because COIT had not issued pending and provided a standardized reporting format. So without being able to speak to the officer in charge of the legal division at the time, because she no longer works for us, I can only assume it was, we don't have the annual report because it wasn't ever produced. And then when I saw that we didn't provide any one, I went, is there one now? So is there a new annual report that we can provide? So I think that, assuming, because I can't speak to her thought pattern, she was of the assumption, we don't have the report. Yeah, we know we're supposed to have one, but it isn't around yet, and we really don't know when it's going to happen. So that record does not exist right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have Member Hill?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, please. If Member Wolf wants to go.
Member Wolf, you want to go next?
That's all right. I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for the petitioner and a question, maybe two, for the respondent. Hello, Mr. Moss and a former task force member, Moss. Was a ALPR required prior to 2022?
I believe so.
Okay, and for the respondent, hello, has the San Francisco Police Department published an ALPR prior to 2022?
I do not know if the December 30th, 2022 ALPR was, I believe that was the first ALPR annual report that we published.
And that's the one in question here today?
I believe that at the time of the request, there wasn't one published, and the one that we provided to them is the first one, and it was published on December 30th of 2022.
Okay, and then a quick question back to the petitioner. Are you aware of any other ALPR from San Francisco Police Department prior to 2022?
Any other reports, you mean?
Correct.
Okay, no, except less of a report, but a requirement under state law that SFPD and all agencies using or accessing license plate readers must publish and implement a privacy and usage policy, and that must be published to their website. So prior to that time, SFPD did have a policy on its website, and that predates the surveillance ordinance. It's not a report, but it is a document.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. Member Hill.
Lieutenant Toomey, is it?
Yes.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your service. My question is, why would, if the foundation had made the request for this report on January 30th of 2022, I'm a little stumped as to why SFPD would respond monthly for nearly a year saying that you were still in the process of searching for responsive records if you knew at the time of the request that the annual report didn't exist. Because I mean, regardless of, I mean, we're here to try to understand, if you have a record, make the record available. If you don't have the record, well, you don't have the record. That's a different issue. But could you maybe explain like what the thinking behind that?
I think that without knowing the intimate details of the decision making that happened at the time, it looked like there was a lot of extensions because there was other information that we were trying to investigate and get information for. Because it looked like at the end it was, we don't have responsive records for a lot of this stuff. There may have been an amount of, we're buying time to see if COIT had provided a template that we could then give the petitioner or the petitioner at the time requester what they were looking for. I understand your question. If we didn't have it, it would have probably made a lot more sense to just state, we don't have this annual report because of this, thus no responsive records at this time.
Yes, sir.
It might have been a better course of action so as to not appear to string along the requester. I wish I was in the position to have been able to maybe have that insight and make that decision at the time.
Understood. And I appreciate your, like that. Part of the issue is that why we're here and why we asked for this is because was hoping that we would have somebody here that could actually address, some of the data questions, because there is one request, the annual report, to which the police department said that you were still in the process of searching for responsive records. Then there's the other requests around data sets. And so my other question to you, Lieutenant, is when SFPD responded with no responsive records, for me, I'm a little bit confused by that because you are addressing, or the department is addressing each one of them. Say, for instance, district, station, jurisdiction of traffic stops due to ALPR alerts, to which SFPD responded, SFPD has no responsive records. And so I'm trying to understand what no responsive records means. Does it mean zero? Does it mean you don't have? I think that's also kind of confusing.
Sure. In that specific case, we do not keep track. Oh, and I hope that am I still on contact with you folks?
Yes.
Oh, okay. One of my earbuds went out of, but I'm still with you guys.
Yes,
Great.
we can hear you fine.
Great. We do not track if an LPR piece of data was used to conduct or to make a traffic stop. So we don't have responsive records that would be able to show when an LPR was used to affect a traffic stop.
Understood.
We don't have record. So we don't maintain that data in a manner that can be produced in a document.
Understood. And so similarly for, let's take another example, total number of manually entered ALPR canvas searches. By SFPD saying no responsive records, does that mean zero? Or does it mean you don't track it?
It means that we don't track that and have a record of tracking that.
Understood. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you, Member Hill. Anyone else? If not, I'm going to move to rebuttals here. Okay, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals then. We'll start with Lieutenant Toomey, who has 3 minutes, and followed by Mr. Moss. So Victor, when you're ready, if you could let Lieutenant Toomey know.
Yes, you may proceed with your rebuttal at this time.
Again, thank you for letting me take the opportunity to speak with you folks. I do apologize that it did seem like a more appropriate response to the request for the annual report at the time probably should have been, we have no responsive record because we didn't have the format that COIT was requesting. I think it was probably, in hindsight, it caused more problems than it could have solved had we not just said, we don't have it now. But there was probably a bit of not wanting to admit that they were in violation of an administrative code, even though they weren't technically in violation of it because there was no mechanism to make that annual report. That being said, when we realized that we did have the annual report and we realized that the requester was still looking for it, we did provide it to them on the 14th of July of this year. And then to address Member Hill's about no responsive records, just that's our way of stating that we do not have records that maintain or provide the information that it was requested in a particular request. It's not that it's zero in the sense of the activity that they're requesting. It's just that we do not maintain records that would be able to articulate what that is in a normal record that we maintain. So to kind of answer both of those to you. And again, lastly, I do want to apologize with regards to the committee's request to have somebody more knowledgeable than I with regards to ALPRs, but I've hopefully been able to answer some of the questions that folks in the task force have had. And again, I'll answer any other questions that you might have if I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Toomey. Members, it's now with us to deliberate and come up with a motion.
Don't we hear again from the?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Sorry about that. We were in reverse that time. Mr. Moss, I'm sorry. Please, 3 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you. So I found what the respondent to say very interesting because it also indicated an admission of violation of 2 separate laws, both the state law and a city law or a city and county law. And so he may want to revise his remarks. I'm going to point out 2 things. So setting aside the report itself, but I want to focus on item 2, which we have item 2A through G, which are all the various data sets that we asked for. In the policy approved by SFPD, it says SFPD shall create administrative mechanisms and a reporting structure if the technological capabilities allow to track ALPR alerts and subsequent law enforcement action. And so what we've heard today is that even though that this policy was agreed to, approved by the Board of Supervisors, approved by SFPD, that SFPD has not created those administrative mechanisms or reporting structure to track ALPR alerts. He literally said, we do not track that. So this would constitute a violation of policy. However, I want to point out specifically in our request, item, I believe it is the one that was highlighted a moment ago, the total number of manually entered ALPR canvas searches, in which the respondent claims this is not something they are tracking. State law, SB 34, says that if you provide access or if you access ALPR information, you shall maintain a record of that access. And at a minimum, that record shall include the date and time the information is accessed, the license plate number and other data elements used to query the ALPR system, the username of the person who accessed the information, and as applicable, the organization or entity with whom the person is affiliated, and then finally, the purpose for accessing the information. This is a very serious requirement that basically everyone in California follows. And I actually have faith that SFPD is following this and that SFPD wouldn't make such a heinous error in terms of data. So I would actually push back and say that this data, the number of canvases, probably does exist and they need to search for it. If they don't have it and they're going to stand by that statement, there's actually a much more significant problem in legal liability for the city and county of San Francisco and SFPD. So I would urge this board to push back and request that information, taking SFPD in the best possible light that they are following state law. And I would encourage the respondent to retract that statement and agree to go look for that data again. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moss, and sorry about that there. Okay, now it's with all of us to deliberate and formulate a motion.
May I interject for a moment?
I'm sorry, who is this?
This is Lieutenant Toomey. I understand that I'm speaking out of turn, but
yeah, we'll get to you if we have a question. But at this point, I'm going to ask that your time is expired. But if anyone has a question,
I understand completely.
We'll get back to you.
I understand completely.
Okay, so members, it's with all of you.
May,
Go ahead.
this is
Member
Member LaHood. Lieutenant Toomey, would you like to go back and look for that data?
Certainly. It may be my ignorance that I read the response from our unit that states that there is no responsive records. I may have interpreted that as that we do not have those records and that data is not available. It also may be, just for the sake of it, it might be that we have that data. It's just not in a record that is we don't actually create a report using that. We might maintain that data and not produce documents with that, if that makes sense. And that, again, I'm only reading into what the responses were from the police department prior to my role. That being said, I would absolutely understand and would take the opportunity to speak with the complainant and try to interpret and get the data that they are looking for. Now that I own this problem, which I do because I am the officer in charge of the legal division, I absolutely want to get the information to them if we have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Thoughts? How to proceed?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
I'm just wondering, I mean, I would seek to find a violation, but just thinking who would be a responsible party to assure compliance of this other than ourselves, that it be done. I mean, this is not a small matter that, involves the general public. Would it be the city attorney to assure compliance? Is there some other body or a public official that has responsibility for oversight of this other than the chief to assure that it be, ultimately, I guess it would be the mayor being the ultimate department head of all departments.
Member Wolf, are you asking to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance or a violation regarding the fact that they may not have kept this data even though there might be some law that says they should?
Well, I would say that I would seek to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, but then also to get the records produced, that there be some oversight to assure that it happens. I think the laws that the petitioner, Mr. Moss, has brought forward are compelling and are weighty, especially due to the nature of the information and its use. So we want to be assured that it gets done and done appropriately and timely. And I haven't been able to, I'm not ready to, at least with the specific sections of our code, to formulate a motion just yet.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I guess I'll add my thoughts. I think there's kind of two issues here. I think the first part is the annual report. And I think Member Hill's questions were really good at, trying to drill that down. And it sounds like to me, the appropriate response should have been at the time that doesn't exist. Now that they need more time. I mean, it didn't exist then. And that might be the proof needs that the complainant needed to say that, hey, this is, that the police department is not in compliance, right? I think that's probably part of the overall goal here, is to find whether or not state law was being complied with. And so by delaying it, it kind of kicked that can down the road. And so I'm not sure that really was an appropriate use of extensions, because I think it was pretty widely known that the record didn't exist, and there was certainly no reason to extend that, not weeks, but months, just to think that maybe at one point the record will suddenly become existing. I think the appropriate response would have been at the time to say that it wasn't. So I think there's some type of violation there. The second part is this various data, and I'm not sure how best to go about that, because if we say that in the testimony we heard initially and what the response is that the data doesn't exist, and if that's true, then there's nothing to turn over. Now that might be a worse violation for other reasons that we're not, familiar with and isn't within our jurisdiction, or it could be that it does exist and it just wasn't, found and turned over, in which case that would be, obviously a sunshine ordinance violations that may be concerned about us following up on. So I really don't know how to deal with that second part, because it doesn't seem like we have a really solid answer on whether or not that data truly exists. Because I heard that it might not exist, or it might exist, but not really in a public record type thing. And, I think the sunshine ordinance requires that if it is, data that's in a computer system, it needs to somehow, be produced in some type of report that would disclose it. So I'm not sure if that was really the answer. And so that's where I'm kind of not sure how to proceed on this.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead.
So I wanted to also note that from what I heard was from the respondent and from the reporting in the documents from the petitioner, that there was somewhat of an incorrect use of that extensions. The police department kept referring back to CPRA and not referring to the sunshine ordinance, which actually has some precedent when it enhances those sections of the CPRA. For instance, in 6725, there is only a limit of a 10-day extension. And once they start producing, they can continue to produce on a rolling basis. But there is no 14-day extension for that. The CPRA allows for local agency to provide an enhancement for more expediency and more efficiency to get the public the information in that way. So, just to bolster basically what you were saying, I think it just to be clear that that's the case. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Member Wolf. Particularly as far as the annual report goes. Either it existed or it didn't exist. It's a report. I think that is something that would certainly fall, at least in my opinion, under an IDR, right? You should be able to disclose a report fairly quickly. If someone asked us for our annual report, I would expect, our office to turn it over. It's on our website. It's very easy to find, right? It doesn't take any searching, or it's not voluminous or anything like that. So I agree with you. I think that was an, inappropriate use, at least on the report side. It's the data set that seems to be, to me, I'm not sure how best to proceed.
Got it.
Chair.
Member Schmidt.
I have a question for Officer Toomey. Was there what I'll call sort of a final end letter from the police department? And this may have already been mentioned earlier here. Was there a final letter that said to the petitioner, we have determined that everything that you requested either doesn't exist or produced, or something to that effect? Was there such a letter?
The last communication that was provided to the requester was dated July 14th, in which the annual reports link was provided, as it was at the time the last bit of information that was not addressed in their request. So
Okay.
the July 14th of this year letter was addressed the last request that was made and provided an answer or a response to the final piece that had not been addressed up until that point.
Okay, so that is dated July 14. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, Member Hill.
For Mr. Moss. And also a comment, Mr. Moss, thank you for your service as well. You made a comment that in the annual report that the information that you were seeking was incomplete. I just wanted to, if you could maybe expound upon that a little bit, because again, you mentioned there were some very specific pieces of information that you were looking for, some of which, as you mentioned, there was a response, and then others in SFPD's response where they were saying that there was no records found. But I was just wondering if you could maybe expand a little bit upon what you saw in the annual report and what you feel like is still missing that you have not received.
Sure. So in our request, we were interested in the, I believe it's 9 items that the policy says may be included in the annual reports. It says the annual report may include the following data sets: the total number of ALPR devices used, the total number of traffic stops due to ALPR alerts, and the corresponding category of DOJ stop felony warrants. And then there's a whole range. I'm not going to read them all because there's 9 of them. It'll take a while, but they're in your document, and they are all of the items. So we understood that if there wasn't a report that existed, the data should still exist, and it just hadn't been compiled into the report. And so we asked for that data. If a report had been produced following this guidance, this approved Board of Supervisors document, then the annual report would have had all 9 categories of information, and the annual report would have satisfied our entire request. But what was put out in December is a different kind of annual report that includes virtually none of this information. And so that stuff is still outstanding. The only one of those items of all of those 9 categories that they provided information on was the total number of ALPR devices. Now, it's possible that they just didn't follow the rules to create all these administrative mechanisms to document all of this stuff, and that is serious problems. That creates a serious problem outside of the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, which is why I honed in specifically on the total number of manually entered ALPR canvas searches, because that is something that is mandated by state law. We know every other agency we've looked at in the state has this. They are able to produce a number of searches. The software often has it as something that you can check really quickly. And so I believe that probably all the other stuff, bits and pieces, might exist, but I know specifically that one should exist.
Thank you. And just a quick question to Lieutenant Toomey, and you don't have to name names, but
Sure.
do you know the person who you could reach out to? Do you know who that person is?
So not knowing specifically, I can tell you that as we are speaking, I am drafting a request and a inquiry as to a rather high level member of our technology division to determine, is this data available, and if available, is it releasable based on, is there any issues with regards to confidentiality, what have you? But I am making the inquiry as we speak as to, is this data available and releasable, and can I get it so that I can produce it to the requester?
Thank you.
Again, I'm doing that as we speak.
I was going to say, regardless of what we decide here, I think we'll all sleep better at night knowing that you are making that request. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out for all of us that according to Mr. Moss's, I guess his original immediate disclosure request to the police department, he notes that the first report was due to be issued on January 30th, 2022. So this would have been for data in 2021. So to kind of it like all this work should have been done in 2021, so to speak. But it didn't arrive till December. In that case, incomplete. So I find that to be compelling.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Okay, this is not a motion. I'm just kind of throwing maybe a start of one out there and see what everyone thinks. I think that there is a violation of 6725A for not responding to the IDR that the annual report does not exist, and by inappropriately invoking an extension. I think that should have been a simple no at the time. Then I'm thinking maybe we issue an order to turn over the other data sets if they exist within 5 days, which is what the ordinance requires, and then require follow-up by the Compliance Amendments Committee. And if they don't exist, then at CAC, they can say, we asked, we're sticking with our position that they don't exist. And that's that. If that is violation of other laws that are outside of us, then that allows Mr. Moss to pursue those avenues for compliance. But at least then we can definitively say that that data doesn't exist. I don't know what everyone thinks about that, but that's kind of where I'm at this point.
That makes sense.
I would second that if it were a motion.
Okay. All right. If not hearing any of it, did you write that down, Victor? Should I start?
If you could.
I will absolutely start all over again. I did not intend that to be a motion. So I will make the motion then. I will move to find a violation of 6725A for not responding to the immediate disclosure request by the following business day, stating that the annual report did not exist, and to order the police department to search for and produce the other data sets requested within 5 business days, or to definitively state that they do not exist, and to have the matter monitored by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. So that's the motion, unless anyone thinks I missed something on that.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay. Seconded by Member Wolf.
This is Vice Chair Wong. Just to double check, did you get the within 5 days on that second reading?
I think I said so. Did you get it, Victor?
Yes, and just for my own information, within 5 days of what?
Our order today.
Okay.
So they have five days, which I believe.
Okay, just to restate, the motion is to find a violation of 67.25 for failing to respond to an IDR by the following business day, stating that the annual report does not exist. In addition, order the police department to provide the other requested data sets within 5 business days, or state that the records do not exist, and refer the matter to the CAC for monitoring.
Yes, you got it.
Question. It's not or that to issue an order that to turn over the data sets in 5 days.
It's issuing an order to turn them over, or they say.
Or got it.
Yeah, it's either turn
It's
them
a
over.
run-on sentence for myself.
Yeah, or definitively say, we don't have them, we're sticking with our answer that we don't have them. And then CAC should be able to just look and say, okay, did you turn them over, or are you sticking with your story that you don't have them? And then there's not much more we can do, right? So I think it should be pretty easy. I was trying to set it up so you guys didn't have a lot of work to do on your end. Okay, so I think we're good. Okay, so let's go ahead and open that up for public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium at this time. If you're joining us via WebEx. You can dial *3 on the telephone or use the application to raise your hand. I will give everyone a moment to make their indications. I see no indication for public comment on this matter.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready for a vote.
Yes, on this motion. On the motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. The motion passed without objection, with Member Highland being absent.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you, Mr. Moss and Lieutenant Toomey, for joining us this evening. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Look forward to getting that information to them.
Okay, great. Okay, did anyone need a break before we move on to the next item? Are we good? Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which is number 8.
Chair Yankee?
Yes.
Can I say something in advance of the next 2 items? Because I think I may need to recuse myself.
Sure.
So is this Ms. Schulman?
No, Mayada Saf from PC.
Okay. Sorry, mask.
Ms. Shulman's online with us.
Okay. I need to apologize. Ms. Schulman sent an IDR request to me as an individual that was not CC'd to Ms. Leger or anyone else, sent an IDR that I did not see. It came to me when I was on vacation a couple of weeks ago. And as you all know, I'm a volunteer. I don't check my task force email daily. And because I was on vacation, I was behind. I did not see this until today. I want to apologize to Ms. Schulman for not responding. It would have been relatively easy. What she requested, I could have PDF'd a bunch of emails and sent them to her. I also didn't realize, because there was a lot of back and forth between her and Cheryl about scheduling, and I tend not to get involved in the minutia of the scheduling. I want to focus on the complaints and spend my time. As you know, we have many, many documents to read, and so I tend to leave that to her. But because of that, and because she has filed a complaint against me as an individual, I think I should recuse myself from the next 2 items.
Okay.
And I also want to say, I don't take this personally. I totally understand. And once we get past this, I don't consider it an issue, but I just think, as a matter of course, I should just recuse myself today.
I don't know, members, we should probably, I don't know if we have to take a vote on that. Maybe legal counsel can weigh in. Is this something that Member LaHood should recuse herself from? I think the issue is this is the same, if I'm understanding correctly, that the petitioner in the next 2 cases has a pending complaint against
me
Member
as an
LaHood.
individual.
As an individual.
Yes. And I will admit right now, I did not respond to the IDR, and I'm realizing that I need to have an automatic response on this particular email account that says, if you are sending me a records request, please CC the SOTF administrator, because I do not check this email frequently enough to ensure that I will be responding in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm. Does that lead to Member LaHood, should she recuse herself from any other pending cases, not that case, but any other pending cases from that petitioner?
That's an interesting question. So is there a pending complaint against you by this person?
I believe so.
Yes.
We know that for sure?
Yes.
Yes, it was submitted.
And she is the pending petitioner, Maria Schulman, on the
Yes.
call
Yeah.
right now. So I hesitate because usually the recusal rules have to do with financial incentives.
There are no financial incentives here.
But considering, can we take a 5-minute recess? I want to think about
Would you like to hear from Ms. Schulman at all?
This is procedural, so not,
Okay.
this is not, yeah. Let's do a 5-minute recess.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
We're about to reconvene. We have all members in the room. I do see one of our members online. If Member Wolf is there, yes, I see, and we have all our members present. The time is 7:52.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to legal counsel.
Okay, so this is a pretty interesting issue. My understanding is that we have one task force member against whom a complaint is currently pending, and Ms. Schulman made that complaint against the task force member, but Ms. Schulman currently is a petitioner in a different complaint that's being heard tonight. And I think the task force member has graciously said, like, she would recuse herself, which at first blush, I think makes a lot of sense so that there's no appearance of impropriety at the very least. The thing that I think we should all consider and think about why recusal might not be the best course is that we don't want to encourage complainants or future petitioners to game the system by later filing complaints against task force members that they don't like. So, for instance, if future complaints come down and they want, 3 people off the task force for when their complaint is heard, they could file complaints, right? And you could think of this in more global issues, like if you don't particularly like the panel of judges that you have a case in front of, then you just file complaints against them so you get different judges. Like, there's an element of gamesmanship that I don't think anybody wants to encourage. Those are the things that I'm thinking about at the same time of giving this advice, why it's not such a clear-cut answer. So I think, though, like, for the current case, I think that, I'm curious what everyone's thoughts are, because I don't think I, at least right now, have a clear-cut answer. I've reached out to some colleagues to see if I can get some real-time answers. And if people, I think there's at least 2 routes to go, right? I think you can recuse yourself in an abundance of caution, and we still have quorum and go forward. And come back to this issue at a later date and talk about it, maybe put it on the agenda. So if this were to happen again, so we can develop some bylaws about it. If people are not comfortable with that, can put it over while we discuss this and figure out what to do. I'm sorry I don't have like a firm legal answer right now. But those are my two thoughts. Curious how people feel about those options.
I'll jump in. Something that came to my mind is that I'm not sure there's any, there might be a benefit to Ms. Schulman if she thinks that Member LaHood is biased. And I'm not saying you are, but let's just say that you are, right? So I think the only benefit to the recusal would be that Member LaHood would not be in the room and could not perhaps have discussion to sway us a different way. However, the concern I would have is that anyone who's not here, every time someone's absent, is essentially a no vote, right? We have to get 6 votes. So if Ms. Schulman wants us to find a violation, she has to get 6 of us to agree, right? If Member LaHood leaves, now she has to get a unanimous vote. With her here, maybe it's me, maybe it's Member Schulman. It could be any of us who might not agree with it, and she could still get those 6 votes if Member LaHood voted in her favor. So I'm not sure that by her leaving, I think it actually may harm Ms. Schulman to a certain extent because she loses potentially yes vote.
I mean, that's one way it could shake down. It could shake down a lot of different ways.
Right, it could.
So I don't, yeah. Right.
If something else to keep in mind. I mean, I'm not sure that, and I think that's a good point, is that
I think this sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying, I think your point's very well taken too about if you didn't want certain task force members here, or for any city body, you didn't want, a planning commissioner to rule on your thing, you file a complaint against them, and now they can't rule on your, remember the Board of Appeals, you file a complaint because they, do it. I think it has fairly broad, citywide implications.
And I think it's important, just to clarify for Member LaHood's sake, because I don't think anyone's making any sort of commentary on the validity of any potential complaint or anything.
Oh, I admit I made a mistake.
But no, I hear
right.
I hear you saying that, but I think it's important to clarify that too. Yeah, Member Schmidt. Sorry, I should.
Just first, I think that in my sort of gut is that it's well within your discretion probably to not recuse. I don't think you're sort of like up against some red line here. And the second point is just that I think that it's important to distinguish between the kind of concerns that we have when we, hear about other cases where talk about recusal. There's a common ground of people recusing themselves because they believe they cannot make a decision impartially. And so you're thinking about the decision that you would make and the actual substance of the decision. And I just want to make a separate reference to a separate ground, which is, are you concerned about the appearance?
Yes. As a journalist, we're concerned as much about conflict of interest as appearance of conflict of interest.
Okay.
And for me, this is appearance of conflict of interest, or just frankly, Ms. Schulman not having, feeling like for whatever, and I hadn't even thought of the idea of people filing complaints as a way to get particular task force members out of the way. I just felt as though I didn't want there to be an appearance of conflict of interest.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Do people think it'd be helpful to hear from Ms. Schulman on the issue?
I'd like to say something before we do that. I think.
Okay,
we
go
should
ahead,
hear from-
Member Wolf.
I think we should hear from all the task force members first. So in many years of deliberative bodies using Robert's rules, recusals are usually made by the body if the body feels that the member, if there would be that conflict of interest based upon whatever rules are in place or for whatever other reasons. I would have to ask if this situation involves the subject matter of this particular complaint and the next complaint for this meeting, for the purposes of moving this forward in this meeting. If they aren't, then we are held to a ethic of being unbiased. And I assume and have full confidence that Member LaHood could do that. Okay. Now, if any member felt that that it would be that of that level of gravity and didn't necessarily wanted to bring it up into a meeting, then either they just don't show up to the meeting or they leave in the middle of the meeting for whatever reason and then come back later or not come back at all. So I would say that granted, appearances are there's something to that, but as our legal counsel stated, 99% of the time it's a financial conflict, but not anything else. People, have disagreements all the time about how people make decisions or whatnot. If somebody felt that it was going to be that much of a conflict of interest, then let a court decide that. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I'm fine with having Ms. Schulman speak, but I want to make sure that I don't skip anyone else. So, all right. Let's invite Ms. Schulman to weigh on this if she would like to. You can give her up to 3 minutes, Victor.
Ms. Schulman, I have unmuted you if you would like to say a few words.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thanks for inviting me to speak. I don't feel that strongly about this, but I want to give some context. My complaint against Member LaHood does involve this complaint. The context is that this complaint was supposed to be heard before the complaint committee, and Cheryl, the clerk, removed it from the agenda. And I haven't been able to determine if she removed it just like herself or if she did it in consultation with Member LaHood. But you're not supposed to take a thing off of the agenda without the consent of the complainant, who's me. And Cheryl and I kind of went back and forth about this. Chair Yankee, I think, was involved in some of the emails. So that's the context for then I made a sunshine request of Member LaHood to try to figure out like what was happening. So that's the context for my complaint against Member LaHood. I appreciate that she said she just missed the email. That totally makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's the end of my little speech.
Mr. Chair?
Member Wolf, yes.
Yes, through the chair to legal counsel. Have you reviewed the charter section 3.206 and 3.207 and 3.209, which speaks to recusals?
Yeah, I just pulled them up right now, Member Wolf. I've reviewed them before in the past. Did you have a particular question?
No, I'm just wondering if your advice was based upon those sections. And
So here, my advice is based on my understanding of law, and I think recusal isn't legally required in this circumstance because, as the nature of the task force is, there's no, what I would say, real due process rights in this forum. We consider, I think people take the role here very seriously, but it's not an actual judicial body, right? And that on top of the fact that there is no money at stake. And so there's really no conflict. But I think if the member feels very strongly about recusal, and if the task force wants to recuse, I think that is allowed. I don't think it cannot happen, right?
Maybe based on what Ms. Shulman said, maybe recuse yourself from this particular item, but not from the unrelated item.
That's fine. I mean, and even with this particular item, in my mind, it was a logistical thing. It had nothing to do with the content or the substance of this case. But if that would just make things easier and let us move along faster, I can just go sit in the next room until you're ready for item number 9.
Is that okay with everyone?
Good call.
Let's do that.
Okay. Let's do that. We'll kind of.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Somebody could just let me know.
We'll come get you.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Shulman, and Victor, if you could note for the record that Member LaHood has recused herself from item number 8.
Item 9 also has.
Right. We're just going to do item number 8 because this is the particular item that that led to the complaint that's outstanding. So this is the related one.
Got it. Thank you.
The other one's totally unrelated. Okay.
Item number 8, complaint filed by Maria Schumann against the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, 67.26B, 67.27, and the California Public Records Act, Section 6253D, by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner, and failing to provide written justification for withholding.
Okay, so just to be clear for everyone, the background on this, and I think you may have just heard some of it. This is a case we already heard. This was scheduled to go to a compliance and amendments hearing. I think it was last month, per our order, right, to follow up on it. I don't want to get too much into the back and forth, but it got removed from the agenda after the agenda had already been set. The petitioner did not agree to that. So I made a decision so that she didn't have to wait an additional 2 months, since they only meet every other month. This is the next time that we could conceivably have a compliance hearing on it. And so this is a compliance hearing. We're not going back and forth. It's not the whole normal thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Ms. Shulman have 5 minutes to tell us what she thinks the state of all this is. We'll let the respondent I'm sorry?
Sa.
Oh, you
I'm
Sa.
Sa.
Okay, you are. Okay. We'll let Ms. Sa her thing, and then we'll try to figure out, what to do with this. We can close the case or send it back to CAC for more monitoring if need be, but that's where we're at. Okay. So let's get started. Victor, if you could let Ms. Shulman know when she can begin.
You may begin.
Okay, so thank you for taking the time to look at this complaint again. I want to first point out that the respondent did not respond to the task force's order within 5 business days after the hearing at which the order was announced. And so I think she's violated task force procedure. The violation was found on April 5th, and the respondent did not provide the records to me until the end of the day on April 14th, which is 7 business days rather than 5. Also, the respondent is not in compliance. There's still excessive redactions, which the respondent attempts to justify on the basis that they conceal, quote, the identity of the informer, unquote. In fact, these redactions only conceal the identity of the person whom the customer claimed to believe was the informer. So if you look at, for example, page 196 in your packet, it says that the utility customer, quote, also stated that she thought it was, unquote, and then like most of the rest of the paragraph is blacked out. Then on page 202, the respondent redacts an email address on the basis that it protects the identity of the informer, but there's no evidence that this email address actually belongs to the informer. So the redacted content of the email itself appears to all be speculation as to the identity of the informer on the part of the customer. The email goes from page 202 to 204 in your packet, and I think it should be fully unredacted. Also, you'll notice on page 202 that the respondent redacted information on the SF per capita average of water use. And why isn't the average water use in San Francisco considered to be public information? It's been over 3 months since the task force has ruled that the respondent was in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and nearly 2 years since I first requested the records and filed this complaint. I am asking the task force to please compel the respondent to release these records without the redactions that she alleges would reveal the identity of the informer. I believe that the respondent is still in violation of 6726 for not keeping withholding to a minimum. Finally, as I stated in the last hearing on this file, I'm the person who filed the water waste report. I'm the informer, but after thinking about it more, I don't think that that's material to what we're talking about here. The redacted texts only describe the person or persons whom the property owner claims to believe were behind this water waste report. The respondent appears to possess no records that show definitively who the informer was. She only has records that show who the customer claims to believe is the informer, and by persistently, deliberately, and illegally withholding these records, the respondent is not protecting the informer. She is only covering up allegations made by this customer. The respondent may try to argue that the redacted descriptions of the informer appear not to refer to me or that they appear to describe a different person or persons. I don't think that's material here either because, again, the customer's allegations don't prove the identity of the informer. To the best of my recollection, I filed this water waste report anonymously because I feared retaliation. Unfortunately, not only was the respondent unable to protect me from retaliation, but also by withholding these records over multiple years, the respondent has actively hindered my efforts to protect myself. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Schulman. And Ms. Sa, if you'd like to go ahead and respond.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So this committee ordered the PC to key the reductions and keep the withholding to a minimum. As you can see in the new production, the reductions were keyed, were kept to a minimum. And I want to highlight that we went back to started from scratch, looked at the records with no reductions, and made all the reductions again. I very carefully reviewed the records just to make sure whatever didn't need to be redacted, excuse me, was not redacted. From my recollection from the meeting that happened on April 5th, I don't recall which member commented that, like, reference to that and this should be kept. So I was very careful to, leave words that were not really, wouldn't reveal anything, but wouldn't really help understand the matter. So I conducted a very careful review of the records. I actually found things that I should have redacted and proceeded to redact those things. And then consulted the city attorney's office to double check on what needed to be redacted. And the final determination is that it is made. There is nothing else that we will be willing to reveal here. The PUC works very hard to protect our customers, and we have no intention to expose our utility customers the information, that being their name, their address, their usage data, or any information really that would help someone infer what their usage data is or their credit history. Other than that, we also prize people's privacy, which here kind of overlaps with the utility customer information when it comes to residential addresses and things like that. And when it comes to identity of the informer, there's not a lot I can tell this committee without revealing who the informer was. And our plan here is to make sure people feel comfortable making complaints, I guess that's probably not the best word, to our water waste line. So we are trying to protect here our utility customer, the informer, and privacy overall. When it comes to the time, I believe I responded in 5 days of the date I received the email with the final order. I don't really see the order in writing here at the hearing, but I'm happy to start complying within 5 days. But then I would ask the committee to please send the order as soon as the meeting is over, so I have something to work starting the next day. So I'm not just, assuming what was ordered or, so yeah, if the order can be sent to me immediately, happy to comply and start the 5 days the next day. I tried to find the email to double check the time frame, but couldn't find it on my cell phone. That's pretty much it. I'm happy to answer any questions the members might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Just real quickly, before to address the last point you made, we've talked about this before about when our order takes effect. We had extensive conversations about this, and we've determined, and not that I think it ever wasn't this, that it takes effect as soon as we make the motion and vote on it, right? And so that's one of the reasons why you're required to come to these meetings, so that you know what it is we're doing, right? It's a courtesy that Cheryl sends it in written form to you.
Mm-hmm.
And usually she tries to do that within 24, if not 48 hours later, which I think is pretty fast turnaround, considering that the clerk's office doesn't even have audio to rely on when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
I usually help review it, and I know Vice Chair Wong's helped review those too.
Okay.
But when we vote, that's when it takes place.
Okay.
So
No,
it could be 5 days from as soon as that vote took place.
Okay, didn't know
for
that.
future reference.
Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to clear that part up. With that, I'll turn it over to the members if they have questions on this.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Question for the respondent. When you did these redactions as per our order, did you provide the justification as required by the ordinance?
I'm sorry, do you mean originally when I first responded or with the order?
No, in what you're providing, supposed to provide to us today.
I believe so. I need to find here in my notes, but I believe so, yes. And all of the reductions are keyed. And worst case scenario, the legal justification was part of our initial response. So pretty easy to link them together.
Well, that's not necessarily how the law directs us to do that. But okay, I'll accept your response.
I can pull up the packet here on my phone if that'd be helpful. But I believe so. It's been a while. It's, months ago, but I believe so. That the justifications were repeated on our response to the order.
Well, if it's on these pages that begin on page...
Page 192, I believe. That's what I wrote down.
Right, so it just has inserted in there, just some words. I mean, it says, informer, let's see here, identity of informer. But there's no citation.
Oh, it is a footnote. There's footnotes. Well, there's a reference to the
I
new
don't see any footnotes. I don't see a reference to a footnote.
page 882 of the packet or 192 PDF. There's reference to section 7927.410 and 7927.700. And the footnotes even mention the previous Public Records Act sections because they changed in January of this year. So when I first responded, I used the old provisions of the California Public Records Act. And now when complying with this order, refer to the updated provisions of the California Public Records Act.
Okay, I guess I'm not used to seeing it this way. Generally, when it says a keyed redaction, it's for each one. Like you would have almost a spreadsheet for each and every one.
I see. Well, neither the Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance require a log of all redactions. So we don't usually do that.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It does say that that it be keyed by a footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification.
Well, if you look at the records, they're all keyed as, either privacy or utility customer or both, or identity of the informer. So I provided a legal reference and the records themselves have the specific reference to the basis for the redactions made.
Okay, I'll leave it up to the task force to decide.
Thank you.
Ms. I had a question. Actually, first, I'll actually say, as far as I'm concerned, I thought your references were very clear. You gave, in each part that was blacked out, you wrote in that blacked out part why it was. And in the preceding document, you said, personal privacy is referring to this and identity of customer is referring to this. So I personally found it fine. I don't think necessarily, it says other clear reference, so I don't think it necessarily needs to be a footnote, but that's just me. But the one question I did have, it was something that Ms. Schulman brought up. The one, and it may just have been a mistake, but there was something that said customer privacy, and you had redacted what the average water use was, and I don't see how, and this is, if you're looking along, it's on page 892 or 202 of the PDF, and it's the kind of midway through, and it says, the SF per capita average is redacted utility customer info. I'm not sure how the SF per capita average could be.
You said 892?
It's 892 or PDF 202.
Okay.
It would be the sentence before, 2 sentences before, thanks, Tim Hickey. Or it's right before the final sentence, which is, I hope this helps. So I'm just, she did bring that one up, and I don't see that one particular.
I don't believe I have an unredacted version of that to compare, but I'm happy to produce that if it's, if it's only the average for the city and doesn't have a reference, average for the city dash your own usage.
Right. I can see the one before it says the average daily use for this account is okay. I can see that that's a specific account, but then it says, and the SF per capita average is redacted. I'm not sure that one to me doesn't seem like it. And she did bring that one up, but that was the only real issue I'm seeing still is just that one. And if you were to unredact that, I think I would feel that this was complied with, but that's where I'm at.
And to be fair, it is redacted, but I'm sure that's publicly available. Like, I'm sorry for redacting this. I probably saw, gallons per whatever and was like, oh my God, utility customer information.
Well, I get it. We're all humans. There's a lot of redactions. I mean, just, she brought it up. So I think I don't see that one, but otherwise I think this is, essentially complies with what we asked for is where I'm at. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Yeah, this is Member Schmidt. I generally accept the redactions here and the keyed references. I just having had experience on the side of the redactor and not in public records, but in civil discovery, it's a tough thing to do, and you're always going to have people questioning things that you black out, and we can't really sort of do too much second guessing of things that we can't see. Technically, I think there may have been a time violation here, but I don't see that there's any other non-compliance myself. I can be convinced otherwise, but at this moment, that's my spot where I sit.
Member Hill, Member Stein, I don't know if you have thoughts on this one. I know we're not usually the Compliance and Amendments Committee, so I think we're kind of stepping in the roles. I don't know how they normally kind of go through this, but Vice Chair Wong, I think you're still with us, so if you have thoughts, please let us know.
Yeah, I sort of agree with Member Wolf in that with redactions, I'm used to seeing a reference to the law that is being cited as a reason for the redaction. I think just having to like go back and forth between these numbers and then what is being called out in the redactions, I feel like it would just be easier if it was like the numbers were there as well. But that's definitely my reading of the Sunshine Ordinance. Is I would have expected those numbers there. I don't necessarily think it's a violation because it may be open to interpretation, but just wanted to state that.
Can I ask a question? Is this a matter of preference for the legal reference instead of the words privacy and utility, or is it good to have both? We usually use the words, not the legal reference. So if there's a preference of committee, like
Yeah, that's I think what we're discussing. I understand, Vice Chair Wong and Member Wolf's perspective, and maybe in certain ways that might be as a practice, a better best practice. I'm just not sure that, to me, the way they did it is a violation. I mean, it might be not as efficiently noted, but I don't know. Member Schmidt said he has more experience with redactions. I don't know. Member Stein?
Member Stein, from my perspective, I don't really have a problem with the format because I think it's, I think she does cite in footnotes like what laws she's trying to reference, and then the specifics are there. The only thing I'm a little bit uncomfortable with is, and I think this just comes from the case from the beginning, is this notion of like what is considered privacy, because there's not really great privacy law there, and it's just a general amorphous term in many cases. And so when you say privacy in the redactions, I'm like, I don't know exactly what is really being redacted here and why, and that's not clear to me in terms of.
I'm happy to clarify. That's helpful.
Yeah. So when you say privacy, like privacy and utility customer info,
I won't be able to remember every little thing, but generally speaking, it's residential addresses, and we're very careful to Google those addresses, right? If it's the Twitter building, we're not redacting that. So it's usually residential addresses and personal emails, right? If someone has their business emails, that's not redacted. Clearly, personal emails such as Gmail are redacted. I'd say that for privacy. And when it comes to utility customer data, the Public Records Act has like a somewhat broad provision. I think, if I remember correctly, I don't have it in front of me, but it's name, address, credit history, utility usage data, and phone numbers. Which reminds me, phone numbers are redacted both under privacy and utility customer data, when that's the case. And I don't recall if there's phone numbers listed here, but I believe so.
Okay, all right.
If I may, this is Member Hill. It does appear, as I'm reading through this, that every party's identity is is redacted. You know, it's and I'm just trying to make sure, like, because I mean, you can read the redact. You can read around the redactions and be like, oh, that was probably a property address. Oh, that's probably someone's name. Oh, that's probably, you know, it's located property on the corner of redaction. You know, so and I guess my question to Ms. Schulman is, were you expecting something different than blacking out of individual names and property addresses and other personally identifiable information in your statement, saying that you felt like that it's been overly redacted? Because I'm having a hard time seeing overly redacted, because when I'm reading, when I see something, it's like, that's a person's name, that's a person's address. So my question, Marie, does that make sense, Ms. Schulman? Like, were you expecting people's names and addresses?
I'm expecting, so please look at page 202 of your packet. So it's an email, it's from an individual to a city employee. It's this email that starts, "Dear Timothy."
Mm-hmm.
This is not a statement of fact about who the informer was. She's the person writing the email, kind of goes on and on. They're not just providing names and addresses here. They're providing like some other kind of information. And all of it is speculation. And like this whole, so it's a page, this is the page that was initially blacked out completely. And now it's been partially unredacted. But I'd like the task force to look more carefully at these redactions, because it's clear that many of them are not referring to names, phone numbers, and addresses, because these are like paragraphs. And then also, if you look at the top of that same page, page 202, so there's an email from Timothy Hickey, who works for the city, and then then the email address is redacted underneath it, privacy and utility customer information. That makes sense. And then there's somebody who is CC'd in that email, and it says privacy, identity of informer. Does the task force really believe that Timothy Hickey would CC the informer in writing to the utility customer, and that the utility customer, that same, the utility customer CC'd the informer in writing to Timothy Hickey? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
May I respond?
Yes, please. Like, I think that is actually, of all of the pages and everything, the thing that was the most black. And I was trying to read between the lines too. It's like, I believe and that could have said something like next door neighbor, you know, at whatever. So that would be like a legally redaction, you know, like, yeah. So is there a way that you can explain the blackness on 203 without?
Sure.
Yes. Thank you.
So obviously the 2 is the customer's personal email. So that's redacted for privacy, and also because it would identify the utility customer because their email is their full name. So that's the explanation. And I believe, I am assuming, because I saw I think there's one of the logs when it says, we called someone, my assumption is that the customer asked somebody to CC someone else attached to the account, or in any case attached to the customer. I can really, you know, I'm not sure what the connection between those two people are. But that's it. Like, it's not a city email. It was an email that seemed to be something that came from the customer. So that's why we're protecting that information as well.
So the CC there was originally CC'd is what, and so when when the city's responding back.
Yeah, if you look at subject, it says RE, which is a response.
You're responding back, and it's like a respond to all.
Yeah, and then that person that was CC'd originally kept being CC'd. And then hi, obviously, is the customer's name.
Of course.
Right, and then their usage, and then email again, and then it goes to into the identity of the informer. And well, a mix of identity of the informer and utility customer information.
Right, right. I have been watering location. I water them.
Undisclosed address.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
To the respondent, and I don't know whether this is substantive or not, but on the bottom of page 205 PDF, printed page 895, there's some spaces where something, it looks like something was there, but it was rubbed out, like electronically rubbed out and not properly redacted. What's going on there?
I think that's just I'm assuming this was at some point a form that existed in print version. That's not my doing. That's how the record came. I'm assuming it's either a printing defect or just, a really old form that was maybe scanned and with some problems. I don't think there's anything there really. I'm happy to take a look at the PDF and when I go back to my computer and report back. But I'm pretty sure this is not really something that I believe that what you see here is the exact record I got from whoever provided those within staff.
It appears to be URLs.
I'm sorry?
I would say it appears to be URLs that are different color because when I look at above and it says in San Francisco HTA1, that's probably also like in a light blue color or something like that. So it looks like that those rub outs are from URLs.
Okay. Perhaps.
That was not part of my review. That's how I got the record. And now that you mentioned that it might be like website addresses, the PUC did change from SF Water to SF PUC. So maybe they just blurred the old thing and kept using the form. I don't know. We did change the website, I want to say in 2021. So maybe that was around that time, but I can't know for sure. But that's a possibility.
Thank
you.
Yeah, Chair, seems like what our task here is coming down to is what can the six of us agree on, and what exactly, having never been to a compliance and amendments committee meeting, as I recall, what exactly is the scope of what we're trying to do here? It seems like there are differences with regards to the redactions, but we do need to get a consensus since we only have 6 people.
I think, here's the thing. Obviously, we have a whole bunch of open files, right? There's files that are waiting a committee hearing, files that are waiting a full task force, files that we've already heard, and Cheryl's still has open in her thing. So I think the goal is to finally have this so it doesn't keep coming back to us, right? How can we resolve this, close it out? So, based on what I've heard from everyone, I'm not making this motion yet. I'm just kind of throwing this out there, some ideas. We can find, just as a matter of record, a violation of 6721E for not producing the record, for not complying with the order within 5 days. If we want to just put that on the record, I think it was 7 or something. I'm kind of open to either way on that. Technically, I think there was, but Ms. Sack could have thought that it didn't take effect until there was an email. Nonetheless, I think that I would say something like, unredact the per capita average on page 892. I don't care if I would ordinarily say send proof of that to CAC chair, but since she's recused, I'm happy to look at it. And then I would say once that redaction's done, we close the file and give whoever, whatever task force member looks at it, just so we have some resolution. I don't think that I wouldn't personally agree to make her redo how she keyed this. And I don't think, to Member Hill's point, that these are unreasonable. And I think you could pretty much see now that this is, customer names or accounts or addresses. So that's kind of where I'm at on it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted through the chair to member Hill, if you look on page 892, there are actual links there. They're pretty clear. You can see them there. So I don't know what's happening at the bottom of that other page, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not very substantive. I'm not too concerned about it because it's not necessarily at issue. What I do find issue with is the way it got redacted and the way it got presented to us. I'm concerned that if every department has a completely different way of doing redactions and there isn't a standard way, especially the way we have received them for over many years, that is going to be problematic because if you agree that this is a good way, or this is, let me take that back. If the task force agrees that this is an appropriate way and does not find a violation or a compliance issue or says something about it, then everybody is going to use this way. And the question is this a appropriate way in the way the ordinance had expected it? Now, we have lawyers in the room. They can talk about what is an appropriate way that a court wants to receive redactions. And I would think that is pretty standard in kind of the judicial branch of how it's expected, because it can go from one court in one jurisdiction to another court in another jurisdiction, and there would have to be some sort of common sense standard so that there isn't a complete reinterpretation of how it should be, or maybe something got lost, or it's completely not understandable from one place to another. Now, I can see one county or, in one area doing it one way, and they are dealing with things internally, and another county doing it differently, for their own particular purposes. But here we're seeing this between different departments. And I have concerns about if we make a decision that whether this is okay or not okay, how it sets a precedent moving forward. I'll stop.
Can I make an observation?
No. We'll ask you. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to move this along. We're at nearly 8:45. We have 3 full more complaints to hear, and this is just a compliance one. And so I know at the beginning people pressed me, move it along, and so I'm going to press this now to resolve this. And so I think we've all kind of shared our opinion. I don't want to belabor the points at this point. So if someone wants to make a motion, I think now's a good time to do that.
Yeah. I'd be happy with anything that the chair has proposed. I think mainly the minimal time violation here, but I think we can agree there's a time violation.
Okay, so to keep things moving, I'll make a motion. If someone wants to make one after me, that's fine. But I'm going to move that we find a violation of 6721E for not complying with the order within 5 days, to order the SFPUC to unredact the SF per capita average on page 892, to send a copy of that page that has the redaction removed to the petitioner, to our clerk, and once the chair sees that it's been appropriately delivered, to instruct our administrator to close the file. So that's my motion. I'm sorry, Victor, if that was wordy.
No problems. I'm going to reread it, and I expect corrections.
Okay.
To find violation of 67.21 by not responding.
It was to an E.
6121E by not responding
I had not complying with the order within
By
5 days.
not complying with the SOTF order within 5 days and order that the document regarding per capita average be unredacted. You said a different word.
Yeah, it's the SF per capita average
Is
be unredacted. It's on page 892, just so we're clear of what particular email it is. I was just trying to reference it somehow. It's that one. And then to provide a copy of that email with that redaction removed to the petitioner, Ms. Shulman, and to our clerk. And once the task force chair sees that the redaction has been removed, to close the file.
Okay, I have that.
Okay.
Second, and quick question to respond. Can you tell us what that average is?
I have no idea.
Oh, I thought you had it in front of
I can Google it.
It's 42 gallons.
Is it really?
42 gallons.
Take
yes.
it number. Does that suffice? Do I still need to provide it unredacted tomorrow?
Which is half.
So we know we can get it tomorrow.
Average is.
Okay, so
42 gallons of water per day.
Okay, so seconded by member Schmidt.
Yes, the motion being made, I'm going to open this up to public comment. If there's anyone from the public who would like to make public comment, you can approach the podium.
Hi, I have someone with me who wants to make public comment.
Okay, let me finish my statement, then we'll get to that. If you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise raise your hand using the application. And Ms. Schulman, your guest can make your public comment at this time.
Hello, my name is Xavier Blake, and I've been following this meeting. And I agree with Ms. Schulman. It appears to me that these statements are clearly allegations or speculation. And I don't understand how someone could, potentially make defamatory remarks, for example. As soon as the customer sent this information, this became public information. And therefore, because she's, if she's defaming London Breed, if she's making allegations about, some people in the neighborhood, this is public information, and people deserve to know, the kind of statements that are being made. It's not protecting the information of the informant, because the informant is anonymous. This was an anonymous complaint, and I'm having a hard time understanding the paradox of how you can, disclose information about an anonymous informant. So I totally agree with Ms. Schulman. I think this is not being thought through as meticulously as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Upon view of the screen, there is no additional public comment on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Two things. One is, and real quick, and I can stay about a half hour after, so about 9:30. One, it's interesting what the public commenter said about it was anonymous. If this was anonymous, I wonder if this didn't fall under some sort of whistleblower protection. Okay. Now that may open up a whole nother can of worms of discussion, but it just occurred to me. What was this complaint submitted, and should have the PUC declared it as whistleblower, thus protected, the whole thing protected from disclosure? That's an interesting thought. The second is, I would move to amend your motion to also find a violation of 6726 for not keying each item. Because of the way it was keyed, we cannot tell that each key is the same thing. And that's the purpose of keying each redaction independently, so that each redaction can be questioned based upon the citation for that redaction. And
Okay.
that to me is how it is meant to be, how it was meant to be done.
Okay, Member Wolf, can you state specifically what your motion to amend is going to be?
The motion to amend is to additionally to add a violation of 6726 for incorrectly redacting
Okay.
the documents.
Do we have a second on that motion to amend? I am not hearing a second, so I'm going to declare that that motion has died for lack of a second.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion. If I don't hear any, I don't see any hands or anything, so I think we're ready for a vote on the initial motion.
Yes, on that motion. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Recused.
Oh, my.
Absent.
Vice Chair Wong. Wong, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye, with prejudice for the reasons I stated earlier.
Sorry, was that an aye or a no?
I said aye with prejudice for the reasons I suggested earlier.
Yes, that motion passes without objection.
Okay. I think this matter is closed. Thank you, Ms. Saw. Thank you,
you.
Ms. Schulman. Ms. Schulman, if you just want to stand by one moment, I'm going to go retrieve Member LaHood for the next matter. So let me do that. We'll hear item number 9 in just a moment.
Yes, item number 9 is file number 9 is file number 21150, complaint filed by Maria Schulman against Justine Alberto and the Animal Care and Control Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and/or complete manner. Okay, I believe we have the respondent online with us.
Ms. Alberto, is she here? Or someone from Animal Care and Control?
I believe we have Justine with us.
Okay.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for standing by. Okay, and this went to the complaint committee, so I don't know if Member Schmidt, you want to fill us in on this one?
Yeah, I think there may be some.
One second, I'm sorry. Just for the record, I also note that Member LaHood is returned at 8:50 p.m. I'm sorry.
There may be some minimal delay in this matter. I think the primary issue, it comes down to a document that was withheld. It was, I think, heavily redacted and then later on produced not heavily redacted. They had cited attorney-client privilege as one of the reasons, and then when it was opened up and it was revealed what was behind a lot of the redactions, it does not seem that that was a valid objection. So I think that would be the basis for finding any violations in the matter. Any comments? How about Member Stein and then maybe Member Wolf?
Yeah, I'll just say, so in my notes, the city responded to a request 11 days after the request was initially made, but this was also during the mayor's proclamation. It was still in effect. It actually kind of ended in the midst of this. It ended a week after the 11-day response. So the response to the request originally was November 8th, 2021. The mayor's proclamation was rescinded on November 15th, 2021. So it was one extra day, but technically everything was more time was being allowed. But then there was one document that was withheld, and the petitioner challenged that, and eventually that document was released. So there's an argument to be made that it should have been released earlier.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Wolf, did you have anything to add?
No, Member Hill, Member Stein, very thorough. Thank you. And Chair Schmidt, thank you.
Great. Okay. So, Ms. Schulman, if you're ready, Victor will let you know when you can begin.
You may begin at your discretion.
Thank you. So, yeah, the timeline I think was covered by the members of the task force fairly well. The point is that the respondent provided me records and did not notify me that they were withholding this document initially. I had to follow up twice, first on November 8th and again on November 12th, specifically requesting this particular record, which the respondent had initially withheld and was still refusing to provide. And I filed the sunshine complaint, and then the respondent released the record to me. I believe that they only released the record to me because of the sunshine complaint. Let's look at the record. It's on page 11 and 12 of the packet. And I just want to clarify, this is an email from one individual to a group of attorneys, and she CCs someone else. The reason that Animal Care and Control had a copy of this email is because the person who wrote the email voluntarily disclosed it to an Animal Care and Control officer. You can see on page 11 of your packet that the person who wrote the email states that she plans to print it out and give it to an Animal Care and Control officer. And then we can confirm that that actually happened. If you look at the memos from Animal Care and Control on page 15, it says that this person, quote, gave us a copy of her email to her attorney, and I attached the email to this inspection page. I put it in someone else's mailbox. So I just want you to understand Animal Care and Control, this officer took the document, attached it to their report, and put that report in someone else's mailbox. So this document had been shared with multiple third parties within this city agency prior to my records request. None of these third parties had an attorney-client relationship with the person who wrote the email. To the best of my knowledge, Animal Care and Control does not and never had an attorney-client relationship with the person who wrote this email. The person who wrote the email voluntarily disclosed it to a public agency, Animal Care and Control. They requested that it be included in that agency's records for the person's dog. Those records are public. The respondent should have included this email in their initial response to my records request. They did not do so. They did not notify me that they were withholding this record. The respondent didn't acknowledge the existence of this record or notify me that they were withholding it until after I followed up with them and asked for it specifically. Then the respondent improperly withheld the document by citing attorney-client privilege. It appears that the respondent did not consult with the city attorney prior to withholding the document. They seem not to have consulted with the city attorney before citing this reason for withholding, the attorney-client privilege reason. They seem to have only consulted with the city attorney after I filed my sunshine complaint. It should not take multiple follow-ups and for me to file a complaint for Animal Care and Control to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance and provide all responsive records. The respondent should not have withheld this record under false or inaccurate pretenses. So I hope that the task force will find a violation of Section 6721 for failing to provide all records in a timely and complete manner, and also a violation of Section 6726 for improper withholding and failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and for failing to provide inline justifications or keyed footnote for the retractions. Finally, please note Section 6734 of the Sunshine Ordinance that says willful misconduct shall be official misconduct. I believe that the respondent has willfully failed to fulfill her duties by withholding this record and that she is engaged in official misconduct. As the official custodian of records for Animal Care and Control, Ms. Alberto should have known better than to claim attorney-client privilege where none exists. She should have immediately consulted the city attorney if she was really unclear on the concept here, and she should not have waited for me to file my complaint with the Sunshine Task Force. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Schulman. Are there any other parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
I see no indications of raised hands for associated parties.
Okay, so we'll go move to the respondent. So Ms. Alberto, you can begin once Victor says that he is ready.
You may begin at your discretion.
Good evening, task force members. The request, as Ms. Schulman stated, the request was submitted on 10/28 as a normal request, not an immediate disclosure request. We responded on 11/08. We are within the regular Sunshine Ordinance guidelines, and we continued communications with Ms. Schulman until 11/15/21. The document reference needed discussion with the city attorney's office. And I think it's unfortunate that there's an assumption that there wasn't communication with the city attorney's office when in fact there was. In the response packet, page 71, ACC provides a timeline for this request. 10/28, Ms. Schulman submitted the request. 11/08, 8 responsive documents were provided to Ms. Schulman from ACC. We informed her that there may be further responsive documents, but we will not know for sure until an employee who is on leave returns to the office later that week. ACC updated Ms. Schulman by the end of that week. On 11/08, Ms. Schulman sent a message asking SFACC to provide the email referenced in the memo dated 10/13/21. On 11/10, not noted in here, is that we ACC sent an initial email to our city attorneys asking about the document in question. On 11/12/21, 2 additional documents were provided to Ms. Schulman. We noted that these are the final responsive documents for the request, and 1 request had been withheld on the basis of attorney-client privilege. On 11/12/21 at 3:18 p.m., a few hours later, Ms. Schulman sent a message stating that the email reference in the memo dated 10/13/21 was included in the property inspection and is part of the record for this animal. The animal owner is quoted saying that she wants to have this on record. As such, is public record, and I would be following up with the Sunshine Task Force. On 11/14, I followed up with our city attorney's office regarding that letter. On 11/15/21, SFACC received clearance from our city attorney's office, and we provided the document to Ms. Schulman. We provided a good faith effort in responding to Ms. Schulman and keeping her in the loop of what was going on. At no point were we purposefully withholding any documents, and the documents were not, and the documents was not redacted enormously when provided to her. All redactions followed proper redaction rules. We've received a total of 81 requests from Ms. Schulman since 2019, and every single time we have provided a good faith effort in order to complete all of her requests. We're hoping that the task force finds no violations since all the documents have been provided and in a timely manner. And proper communication was provided to Ms. Schulman. It's just unfortunate that there are assumptions on her end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alberto. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
If you'd like to provide testimony as an associated party, you can raise your hand. I see no indications of additional speakers.
Okay, so members, if we have questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
For the respondent, for the pages that are redacted, do you have a key for those redactions?
Yes.
Are they footnoted?
Every time we provide documents to Ms. Schulman, everything is always, all the citations are redacted and noted.
Where is the key for the redactions? The footnotes.
I'm looking through the document to see if I can find it.
There is a note on page 30 or 936 that says something about it has been redacted on the basis of personal privacy government code sections such and such.
Thank you.
Are there others? That's just the one that I noted, that one that I saw. I'm not sure if there are others.
That is generally the only redaction that we use for all of the records that we provide to Ms. Shulman, unless it's a medical redaction.
I have another quick question for the respondent. Did you contact the city attorney before or after those records had already been distributed?
Before.
Is there a record of that?
Yes, I have the records of that. It is discussions with the city attorney's office. It was not provided to the task force because it was conversations with our city attorney.
Or we just could use a date
Yes,
and
it's
time as to when that was, and to who at the city attorney's office.
11/10/21, and again on 11/14/21, and it was to Brad Lucy when he was still our direct contact.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all questions I have.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and get to rebuttals. So we begin with Ms. Alberto for 3 minutes, followed by Ms. Shulman.
You may begin. Ms. Alberto? Yes, if you have a rebuttal, you have 3 minutes.
I don't have any additional information to say at this time. I think I responded to Ms. Shulman's comments during my initial time. I think it's just unfortunate that we're here because we have provided all of the documents to her and we've been transparent about the communication. And, you know, we are working through all of the documents and her request. To date, we've provided her over 10,000 pages and 2,400 documents. So we continue to work and do our best in order to provide proper public service.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Shulman will have 3 minutes. Victor, let her know when you're ready.
You may begin.
Thank you. So it seems like Miss Alberto didn't consult the city attorney's office until after she said that she was withholding a document based on attorney-client privilege. I'm trying to double check my dates here, and in the packet, the dates are all blurry. So I'm having trouble. But I think I asked for that document on the 8th, and I think Miss Alberto just said she didn't consult the city's attorney's office until the 10th, and then she consulted them again on the 14th. And so I still find that concerning. The other thing that I want to mention is Miss Alberto and Animal Care and Control have invoked the rule of reason against me. I don't know what recourse I have to appeal the rule of reason. So I just wanted to mention it here. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shulman.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I'll go backwards. So to Member Stein's mentioning of the rule of reason, I mean, they have to be explicit as to what the rule of reason is. That's the only way that we can determine whether it's valid or not. And there has to be some proof of that. Like we've had, you know, it would be 30,000 emails we would have to sift through, and we only have 2 staffers. Okay, that could be a burden that a rule of reason could be used for, but we haven't heard what that rule of reason would be here. The other thing I would remind us that the burden for the respondent is for them to express to us when withholding or declaring records or information exempt, for them to tell us what the citation is. It isn't for us to be identifying it for them, especially in the middle of a question and answer or their testimony or what have you. If during our deliberations we wanted to have a debate about it, then that's one thing. But I think we have to be very careful when we are answering the questions for the either party. That said, I'm very concerned about the redactions here, because there are certain redactions that I don't think apply, and because there is no heading in front of those redactions, and they don't flow in a way that could be obvious to me that it's like, it would be an address in one line and maybe a city and state and zip code in a second line. It's not, some of those redactions are not obvious to me. And so, the other question is they may have been from different dates that may have had different information. So a blanket statement is not a key for redactions, and that's it's very specific, and it's not the standard that this task force has received redactions for a very long time. So changing that precedent, I think, is somewhat of a slippery slope. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Anyone else with thoughts on this one? I'll just note, because Member Stein brought up, I think it's important just because this did happen during the transition from the certain emergency orders that we had. So the emergency orders were rescinded by the mayor as of 11:59 p.m. on November 14th, 2021. So keep that in mind as we look between the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA.
Clarification, are you making that specific just on the timeliness issue?
Yeah, there was, I think, there was some talk about when the timeline of it, and I just think that's important to keep in mind as we look at the timeline, because I know that was part of what was discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have a motion to wrap this one up here? Or other thoughts? Any additional questions? Member Hill?
Yes, Member Hill. I'm speaking out loud, and so it seems as if that the timeliness item might not be something that we pay necessarily attention to, but that I kind of agree on the redactions. Like it's really hard to tell. And it's hard to and if I were to look at like the code and try to apply it universally, it's still hard to tell. And so I'm leaning towards a 6726 redo of the redactions to make sure that they're properly keyed, explicitly keyed, each one. So that, and I want everyone to understand, again, like someone should be able to read the document and see the redaction and understand why it was redacted. And that's just really difficult for me to tell. So that's where I'm leaning.
Thank you, Member Hill. Any other thoughts? Any motions? I have a question here to that point to Miss Alberto. Are all the redactions for the exact same reason?
Yes, all of the redactions for this particular record is for personal privacy. If you look at, let's say, page 23, it says address, phone numbers, email. That's the label for that information. If you looked at the letter, you'll see that, which is on page 11, that's an email address. And then it says who lives upstairs in something address. So, and then the bottom, it will say the individual who wrote the letter, and then redacted right below that. I'm assuming was either her phone number or home address.
Right.
Through
I
the
get that.
chair.
Hang on, Member Wolf. I'm not done with my questions.
Okay.
So to follow up on that, obviously you're Ms. Alberto, you're explaining what they are as we go through, but you're explaining them. It's not marked. But I did find, and this is what I'm trying to figure out, if this is what the process is that you folks use, is I looked at the various, looks like this went through, I'm assuming, next request. And it looks like these documents were, I'm assuming, attached to a variety of messages. And for instance, I'm looking at one on, let's see, what page was I on here? Like on page PDF 32, 938 at the bottom, it says, "Hello, Maria, pilot's recent records have been released to you here. Some have been redacted on the basis of personal privacy," and then you cite the personal privacy. So is what you're asserting is that in your next request message that accompanies the records, that's where you cite it, and then everything that's redacted relates back to that citation that you made in the next request
Correct.
message? Is that
Yes.
how you're kind of keying
That's
these?
correct. That is how we respond.
And every single one of them, then, as you're saying, is 6254C, 6254K. I mean, all the privacy ones. They're not like some of them are one thing, some of them is another. Is that the assertion? I'm not saying whether or not that's right or wrong. I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah, that is correct.
Mr. Chair?
Did you have something?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, hang on one second. I don't think you can see, but I remember the next.
I do have a question. Forgive me. I'm looking at page 920, and I noticed the microchip number is blacked out. How is that a privacy issue? I mean, can that be like reverse looked up to, used as a reverse lookup to find private information, or?
We don't provide microchip information if it's not your animal.
Why not?
Because then anybody can claim that that is your animal, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, somebody can have false ownership of that animal.
But is that what code references that?
Privacy.
Is it?
Well, we have received authorization through the city attorney's office for that to be privacy because it's like it's an identifier to that animal.
If I may also on page 13, same question. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell on page 13 what's been redacted there, like or 919.
Address and phone number.
Addresses and phone numbers.
And then where it says microchip, the last line, that's the microchip number.
I'll just take. You see how explaining it helps?
I understand.
Can I go now?
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Okay, so similarly on the next page, on page 920, you redact the microchip number, but you don't redact the license number. License number, I would think, is also publicly available, and that would have information or could have information.
It's the dog license number. You're correct. We don't redact the dog license number because it's like a ticket number.
But there's information that's attached to a license application the same way as a microchip would be.
But the only way to look that up is through our records at Animal Care and Control, whereas microchip numbers are, if you have the microchip number, you could claim ownership of that animal using any other database.
Do those license numbers get shared with any other agency?
No.
They're San Francisco specific?
Yes. We use them with the tax collector's office, so internal agency, but no other agencies use that.
But they may not have the same policies you do.
You mean the tax collector's office?
Yes. Yes.
Well, the tax collector's office, we're the ones who issue the dog license numbers. So it's basically like a receipt number.
Okay. And then this is similarly to what Member Hill referred to. For me, I was looking at page 931, which is printed page 931 or page 25. I mean, here it is, again, it's not clear as to what is being redacted because there's no headings, as there is headings in other areas, like for tag date, expiration, vaccination date, and an expiration certificate number, but there's no headings for those other ones, so it's not clear what's behind there. Even for the microchip one, I don't know that there's a number under there that relates to microchip. It just says microchip $11.
But if I were to write personal privacy on these as well, I don't state that it's an address. So personal privacy would still cover all of these because.
But there may be different sections of the law relating to personal privacy that may be different for each redaction. That's why we ask for a key, so that we can refer to that specific section to see if it applies appropriately. And if it does, okay, great. It's golden. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, we're on the deliberation part though. So does anyone have any motions?
If I could just say, I don't know if there's any way you can really pull apart privacy and cite different provisions of the law and say that privacy protection protects that kind of information versus this privacy. I know there are special statutes in many areas where, like say water users have a certain statutory protection for their information. Those are very specific, and I'm not talking about those, but the general concept of privacy, it's really based on constitutional law. There's some statutory, but I think that once you say privacy, you can't really say, well, this is like privacy A versus this is privacy B, privacy C, etc. That's just sort of the nature of the protection or privilege that I'm used to.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
If I can respond to that for a moment. I mean, the respondent testified that the microchip number protection has a special provision separate from, let's say, an address. Okay. So there's that. And I would also say there's precedent in this body, in this chamber, over past complaints where people have painstakingly, including the city attorney's office, made redactions that are keyed for each and every redaction. Whether they were repetitive or not, at times you see it's different. They'll say redaction for attorney-client privilege, and another one would be for personal information versus something else. So there is value in doing that, even if it is quite repetitive. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Ms. Alberto, could you clarify, because I don't, is the microchip number under the general privacy, or was there a specific code section?
General privacy.
That's what I thought, that I recalled that you said it was under the general privacy. I mean, I don't think, I tend to agree with Member Schmidt here. I don't think we need to say this was a phone number, this was an address, so forth and so on. I think, there is a general privacy, exemption. I guess what I'm trying to decide is, does it need to be written each time? Or if you put a cover letter on something and say, look, every time you see something redacted as an attachment, I'm using this one single exemption. It might appear 10 times, but every single one is attached to this one. That might not be what we normally see, but they're only using one exemption. And they said, look, here's all the documents. Every time you see redaction, it's this privacy redaction. I'm not sure that we'd actually need to write it every single time there's a black mark, because she's testified that it's every single time that's what they're saying. I think it's interesting when we talked it through. Some of them are addresses, some are phone numbers, some are microchips. But I mean, I'm worried about, are we getting to best practice versus a violation of the law? And I agree best practice would be to write it out, to say this is a privacy one. But I'm not sure I'm ready to say that the way they did it is necessarily against the law either. So that's where I'm at.
And Mr. Chair, if I could respond quickly, I would just say, if they were to say every place where it says the heading of address, this applies. Where it says, name, and they would say email address is, redacted for this based on this code. I'm not sure that microchip is protected information. They would have to really cite that. Just to make a blanket statement, that's very, very specific. I'm not, so I can't support that.
Okay, well, I'm just going to note that Member Wolf needs to leave us in 6 minutes. So if we want to resolve this case with his vote, someone should probably make some type of motion so we can get that resolved. And we still have 2 additional cases to hear tonight, and it's almost 9:30. So I think everyone's kind of made their opinions known. So if someone wants to throw a motion out, we can see where things land.
Well, I'm still questioning whether there's a timeliness issue because of the split between,
Remember, feel free to make that as part of your motion if you'd like.
Well, I'll start out with a motion.
I know you're the one who has to rush. I'm not intentionally trying to rush you, but you have to leave in 5 minutes. So,
well, I'd like to at least see 6726 included in this motion. So if somebody wants to brainstorm a motion with me on that, that's what I'm going to see. It's still not clear to me whether timeliness applies, except somebody can explain where in the timeline where the split is. Okay.
Member Wolf, the timeline is on page PDF 71, 977 at the bottom as part of the email. So if you look at it would be on the November 14th at 11:59 p.m. So the first minute of 11:15:21 is when the Sunshine Ordinance would take place again.
Okay, thanks.
I think that there was improper delay with the one document, and it was improperly withheld, and there was an improper reference to attorney-client privilege. I'm not sure if I'm seeing more than that myself, but other people may have other violations that you want to include. I think that's the sort of the core of what I'm seeing here.
I'll jump in. I'll say I think I'm with Member Schmidt. I think that was initially an improper citation, which is not allowed by 6727. If they asserted it and then later turned it over, I'm not sure why they would have the ability to assert it to begin with. And so that would be, I'm thinking maybe a 6727A violation, which says that any withholding of information shall be justified as running in writing as follows: withholding under specific permissive exemption in the California Public Records Act or elsewhere, which permissive exemption is not forbidden to be asserted by this ordinance, shall cite that authority. So I'm not sure they could cite it and then a couple weeks later uncite and turn it over. It seems. I mean, I do find it concerning that we do sometimes see records suddenly turned over as soon as there's a complaint with the task force, and so I'm in agreement with you there.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll move to find violation 6727A and 6726.
Do you have specific subsections or just those two?
Those two. 6726 doesn't have a subsection.
Okay. Okay, so moved by Member Wolf to find a violation of 6727 and 6726.
6727A.
A.
6727A and 6726.
I'll second that. Understand.
Okay, so seconded by Member Stein.
Could I get a little bit of a description for those two code sections?
So 6727A for not for withholding a record. Let's see. How did you put it, Chair Yankee?
I said citing an exemption.
Right.
That is forbidden to be asserted by the ordinance. I mean, it's forbidden because in this case, obviously, they turned it over. I mean, it's a valid exemption, just obviously not in this particular case. It's not, since obviously it was turned over.
That does not apply in this
This
case.
does not apply.
It was like invalid justification.
Invalid justification. I like that. Yeah.
Okay, and then 6726 for improperly keying redactions. Not saying all, but some, but it's just there.
Okay, I got 6726, but I just want a little bit more clarity on 27A. By citing an exemption that is forbidden.
I think it was an invalid. What did you say, Member Hill?
For providing an invalid justification of withholding.
Providing an invalid justification for withholding.
Yes.
Thank you. That was moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Stein. We'd like to open this up to public comment.
Sure, let's go ahead and open up public comment.
Yes, if there's anybody who'd like to make public comment, you can approach the podium or use the application to raise your hand. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. I'm seeing no indications for public comment.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. Before we vote, I'd like to, I guess, if this is a motion, move to separate those two sections so we vote on them separately. 67.
Okay, we're going to divide
27
the
and
question.
67, 26.
We will divide the question. 6726 and 6727A.
Does that need a second and a motion?
No,
or is it-
dividing the question does not.
It does not. Okay.
It's just, it's a given.
Okay.
On the motion to find a violation, 6726. Give me a moment. On that motion, Member Wolf.
To divide the question?
No, just on 6726 only.
You have to vote to divide the question.
No, you do not. We can divide questions without there is no need to request a vote. It is a given that we always allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
I'm going to go with Victor's expertise on this one. So we're
Yeah, well, I object to it.
okay.
So I moved.
All right, so
I moved the question of the chair.
Okay. So we're going to vote on whether or not my ruling that we could divide the question is a valid ruling. Okay. So the Member Wolf has objected to my ruling that the question's been divided and is asking for a vote on my ruling that the question's been divided without a vote on whether or not the question can be divided, if everyone follows along. So I ruled that we divided the question. Member Wolf objected to that, so we're going to vote on my ruling. Or how do we, is it, what's an aye and what's an a nay? So we know what we're...
Simplified vote.
So Member Wolf objected, so...
Yes, we can just go backwards and just say, take a vote on whether or not to divide the question or not, and just keep it simple.
Fine. Well, yeah, okay. We'll have a vote on whether or not to divide the question. So an aye would be to divide the question, a no would be to not divide the question.
Okay, on the motion.
Sorry, this is Vice Chair Wong. Sorry, could you repeat again what exactly is dividing the question?
So that means we're going to vote on, so Member Wolf cited two sections that he wants to find a violation for, 6726 and 6727A. I'm asking that we vote on 6726 violation separate from the 6727A violation. So we would take two separate votes on both, on the two separate citations of law that are being alleged to be cited. So the vote we're going to take now is first whether or not that's permissible to separate the two, or whether or not we should be forced to vote on them collectively. Does that make sense?
I think, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you need to refer to Robert's rules on this. That's how we're governed here. Okay? And Robert's rules is very clear on how to divide a question, and that it must be seconded, it can be amended, cannot be debated. I mean, there's all kinds of rules around dividing a question.
Okay.
It's not just something arbitrary you can,
that's fine.
Kind of throw
You
up.
know what? I will make a motion to divide the question.
Is there a second?
Okay. Hearing no second?
Second.
Oh, seconded by Member Schmidt. Okay, so we will have a vote on whether or not to divide the question.
Yes, is there any public comment on the motion to divide the question? You can raise your hand if you're on the phone by pressing *3. Seeing no vote, just to clarify, aye vote is to divide the question, a no vote is to not divide the question. On that motion, Member Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Nay.
Wong, no. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. The motion fails.
Is that procedural or something?
Procedural.
To divide the question, is that
5-2. I came back again.
This is what happens when we have low quorum, right?
Yeah, we got another 5-2 vote here. Well, that's arguably procedural, at least arguably.
I think it's a close call, honestly. I think that I think it does sound in procedural and how the issue is presented, not so much the substance of the actual issue. So I would say that it's simple majority of those present would be able to pass it.
Okay. So Based on legal counsel advice, we're going to call that a procedural vote, which means it did pass with 5-2. Member,
Can we still comment on these two items?
if you want to, sure.
Yeah. So I think the reason this got split, or I would like to speak in favor of the violation for not providing enough individual justification for withholding, only because I feel like this is supported by other rulings that we've made, where you can't just make blanket exemptions that this is all for privacy. I do think we need it needs to be clear what is being withheld. If it's not totally obvious, like if it's in an email field and it's next to a name and there's something blanked out, that's obviously an email. But I think in the documents where it's not always clear what it is, it does need to be specified what is being withheld. Otherwise, they could use privacy to cover lots of things that might not actually be private information.
Thank you, Member LaHood. Do we have anyone else before we take these votes? Okay, I've seen any. We did take public comment on the initial
Yes.
one, though. Okay, so I think we're ready for both votes now.
Yes. On the vote regarding 67.26, on that motion.
Oh, wait a minute. Did we have it discussed? There wasn't public comment on 6.26.
We had public comment on both combined.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yes, on 6726, on the motion to find the violation, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Highland absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Chair Yankee.
No.
Yankee, no. The motion passes with Chair Yankee dissenting. On the motion to find a violation of 67.27A, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Highland absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Moving on to item number 10. It's
I will bid you adieu at this point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, members. Good night.
I'm going to do, since there's two more left and we're not going to have quorum, I'm going to call for one more quick recess for a restroom break, because if any of us leave to go to the restroom, we break quorum. Okay, so
All right.
let's just do it now, power through, and then just super quick 5 minutes, and I think we can get through them all.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, just confirming that we have all our members present again, minus Member Wolf, who has left us for the evening. And next item on the agenda is item number 10, file number 22035. Complaint filed by Gina McDonald against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. Just moving to my attendance list. If you are a party to this matter, it would be appreciated if you can raise your hand by pressing *3. Okay, I believe we have Francis Zamora with us. I'm going to unmute them at this time.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's a little bit odd. Can you test your mic again?
Sure. Can you hear me?
We're getting a little bit of odd echo in the background.
Oh, I am.
We'll do the best we can. We'll figure it
a
out.
Spacious place, so I think that's what it is.
Yes, and which side are you with? Are you here as the respondent?
Emergency management.
Okay, thank you. Is petitioner present? If you are on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand so that I can identify who our petitioner is, which is Gina McDonald.
No petitioner.
Sorry. It does not appear to be, they do not appear to be present. We do have 5 other callers on the line with us, but I'm not sure if they're here for the last item or not.
Okay, so members, it appears the petitioner's not present. I'd recommend that we close pursuant to 7B, unless anyone.
If you don't mind, I can go through the other callers just to see what they're here for.
Let's do it.
Just to be sure we're not.
Yeah, because it was a big file. I know Cheryl put a lot of time into this one.
Hello, caller. I've just unmuted you. I was wondering if you can tell me which item you're here for. No response. Hi, caller. I've unmuted you. Would you like to let me know if you're here for a specific item? Nope. Hello, caller. I've just unmuted you. Did you want to let me know if you're here for a specific item? Hello, caller. I've just unmuted you. Are you here for a specific item?
Yes, I'm here for item 11.
Are you part with the petitioner or the respondent?
The petitioner.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the respondent. I'm on behalf of the Fine Arts Museum.
Okay, you're here for item 11, though.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oops, getting these mixed up. Hello, caller. I've just unmuted you. Are you here for a specific item? Okay. I've gone through all our callers so far. I don't have.
Okay. So I think unless anyone has any objection, I'll make a motion to close this file without prejudice pursuant to complaint procedure 7B. And if she happens to, jump in to the next file, we can always revisit that or whatever.
I'll second that, Member Stein.
Okay, so seconded by Member Stein to close the file. Go ahead. Do you have a comment? I'm sorry.
Sure. I was going to say real quick that probably, so when we had the hearing in committee, it was determined that the records had been found through other means.
Okay.
And so that Yeah,
It could be that it's a year later, it's not worth filing if we got them elsewhere. That makes sense.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora, for appearing tonight. We have tabled the matter due to non-appearance of petitioner. They do have.
No, we have to take public comment and vote.
Oh, yeah.
Technically. So let's do that.
Yes. Is there anyone who'd like to make public comment on this matter? If you're on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. I see no indications of public comment at this time.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a vote on it then.
Yes, on the motion to table the matter. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member Wolf, absent. The motion passes without objection.
Okay. Thank you again to, I'm sorry, who was it?
Francis Zamora.
Mr. Zamora, we apologize for taking so long to only have this close out. We never know ahead of time. People don't show up.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 11.
Yes, item number 11 is file number 22052, complaint filed by Lee Haidas against Megan Bourne and the Fine Arts Museum for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. I believe I just wanted to know if I've unmuted the correct person.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Carly. Yeah.
If there's anybody else on the line who's a party to this matter, if you can raise your hand, I will go ahead and recognize you. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Haitus, for waiting so long with us. I know you had asked what time this would be and a lot later than I thought, but here we are. So Victor will let you know when you're ready to begin.
Yes, you can begin your comment. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the
You mind
opportunity.
pulling the mic in front of you?
Is this okay? Is this okay?
Yeah, that's better.
Right. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I do have a statement which I'm going to read to expedite things. It's only 2 pages. I sent a copy of it to Victor earlier.
If you don't mind if I pause, this is the, sorry, I'm pausing the timer. This is the document that I did receive this morning. And I do have copies if you do want it.
Okay. Oh, that's a good point. So it was brought up earlier that he had submitted documentation and asked for it to be distributed. Typically, we don't allow late submissions into the file because it doesn't give the other side opportunity to look at and respond accordingly. But I think your email had stated that this was just certain pieces you had pulled already out of the existing file. Is that correct?
Correct. There's my statement, and I will say that this entire statement, which I will read along with the several pages of exhibits, I did provide to Megan Bourne and Mr. Dia at the Fine Arts Museum. So they have the same documents that I provided to Victor earlier today.
Okay. We typically give people the 5 days so they have time to review it as well. So unless there's a motion by the task force, we're not going to actually include that submission in your file, but you're certainly free to read it during your read period.
Thank you.
Okay.
JFK Promenade is now a reality. It emerged victorious with the Board of Supervisors, SFMTA, the Recreation and Park Commission, the voters by an overwhelming 63% margin last November, and finally, the lawsuit filed by Fine Arts Museum, Open the Great Highway Alliance, was tossed by the California Court of Appeals earlier this year. You may ask, why are you here today? You won. It's over. There's a simple reason: transparency and accountability. People forget the political dynamic 2 years ago when the mayor had declared JFK Drive as car-free as part of an emergency declaration on April 28th, 2020. A declaration which was immensely popular with those enjoying the car-free oasis in Golden Gate Park. There was also an institutional opposition. opposition with deep connections at City Hall and deep pockets financially. The Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco was in the forefront. In 2021, there were events on JFK Promenade beginning in March and concluding with a holiday celebration in December. I was at all of them. It was common knowledge that the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco was working hard behind the scenes to end JFK Promenade. In early 2022, there was a party on JFK Promenade during Lunar New Year in support of this car-free sanctuary. In 2022, with the mayor's declaration about to expire, the various city boards got into action. The Fine Arts Museum Board, SFMTA, the Recreation and Park Commission, and finally, on April 26, 2022, when the Board of Supervisors passed an ordinance supported by the mayor, which designated JFK Promenade permanently car-free. On May 7, 2022, the mayor signed the ordinance into law before a joyous throng on JFK Promenade. I was there. At this time, I became aware of the FAMSF deep-seated opposition to JFK Promenade. I learned that District 1 Supervisor Connie Chan, whose opposition to JFK Promenade was well known, had met with Platinum Advisors, the lobbyist for FAMSF, 14 times. Documentation I found by researching the Ethics Commission website. I filed several public records requests with both Supervisor Chan and the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. Because only the FAMSF is on the agenda tonight, I will provide the dates of these transactions. April 8, 2022, immediate disclosure request. April 11, follow-up with FAMSF, response not yet received. April 18, 2022, response from FAMSF. April 19, 2022, amended immediate disclosure request to FAMSF. April 21, response from FAMSF. June 26, 2022, immediate disclosure request to FAMSF. July 12, 2022, response from FAMSF. The responses on April 18, April 21, and July 12, 2022, provided nothing of substance to my requests for documentation about the political battle waged by FAMSF to destroy JFK Promenade. Megan Bourne is Chief of Staff of the FAMSF. On April 21, 2022, she wrote me that the Ethics Commission, quote, is responsible for maintaining all records under the city's lobbying ordinance. It is reasonable to expect the FAMSF would have copies of these same records. My records requests did not limit themselves to just formal lobbying. I asked for everything and received nothing. Parfadia, Senior Government Affairs Manager of the FAMSF, wrote to me on July 7. He needed more time, quote, to search for, collect, and appropriately examine a voluminous amount of separate and distinct records. 5 days later, Parfadia wrote and told me FAMSF, quote, is not involved with the Access for All initiative. It has no responsive documents to your request. This assertion was made despite the fact that FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission, Form 460, submitted to the Ethics Commission for July 2022 lists Access for All, sponsored by
Speaker
Corporation
time has lapsed.
of the Fine Arts Museum and Open the Great Highway Alliance.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
If you are, you can raise your hand at this time. There are no hands raised.
Okay, so let's move on to the respondent. We'll have 5 minutes, and Victor, if you could let them know when they can begin.
Yes, before you start, can you let me know, provide your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Paria D, and I'm representing the Fine Arts Museum.
What was that?
I had a hard time catching that. If you don't mind spelling that out for me.
Of course, it's Paria, P-A-R-I-A, and then last name is D, D-E-A.
That was CEA?
D-E-A.
DEA.
D as in, yeah.
Thank you very much. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Chair Yankee, Vice Chair Wong, and members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. My name is Paria D, and I'm Senior Government Affairs Manager, and here this evening representing the Fine Arts Museums. The Fine Arts Museums received an email from the petitioner on Friday, April 8th, 2022. The petitioner made a public records request to the Fine Arts Museums, labeling it as an immediate disclosure request. We responded to the petitioner, informing him that we were treating this as a standard request, as this was not a simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable request per Admin Code Section 67. We informed the petitioner that we provide a response as soon as possible, but no later than Monday, April 18th, by close of business for the 10 calendar day requirement. The Fine Arts Museums provided all responsive documents within its possession to the petitioner by the deadline of Monday, April 18th, 2022. Furthermore, we clarify for the petitioner that the Corporation of Fine Arts Museums is a private, nonprofit 501c3 organization and is not a department of the City and County of San Francisco. It is separate from the Fine Arts Museums, the City Department. Respondent also guided the petitioner to the San Francisco Ethics Commission for requesting records related to public disclosures and reporting. We reiterated this information to the petitioner following additional communication on Tuesday, April 19th, 2020. Thank you.
Okay, and are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
If you would like to provide comments on behalf of the respondent, you can raise your hand at this time. I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So members, this is our time to ask questions if we need to.
I have a couple questions for the respondent. This is Member Schmidt. Could you say again the position you hold with the Fine Arts Museum?
Absolutely. I'm the Senior Government Affairs Manager.
Okay. And do you have any connection to COFAM, you individually?
Yes, I'm employed by COFAM.
You're employed by COFAM. Now, what's the difference between COFAM and FAM? Because you introduced yourself as a employee of FAM.
Right. So I'm here this evening representing the Fine Arts Museum as the City Department. COFAM is the 501c3 nonprofit that supports the Fine Arts Museums, the City Department. The City Department itself has a very limited number of staff that's predominantly within our security and engineering, and a handful of curators, but we don't really have any administrative staff at the museums that is employed by the city, which is why I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of the department.
You're kidding. Okay, so you work for COFAM and you are saying that COFAM has no obligations to give documents in response to a public records request. I think that's what I've heard. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how about FAM? FAM has obligations to give records in response to a records request, correct?
That's correct. And for this particular request from the petitioner, we did supply records that did fall underneath FAM, which includes the director of the museum, who is a department head. And so all of the emails that were requested on his account were produced for this records request.
Okay, so this records request did go to FAM, and there was a response that included records to the petitioner that was made on behalf of FAM, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And how many documents did you give petition, or, okay, were you involved in that?
Yes, I was. And those particular records that were requested, it included emails between Supervisor Connie Chan and our director, Thomas Campbell, between March 10th of 2021 to February 23rd of 2022. There was a handful of emails. There wasn't a significant amount of them. I believe something like 7 or so emails. And all of those were produced with very minor redactions. I think like a phone number and maybe some metadata that was redacted, and that was all that was redacted.
Okay. And you said our director. It was a response made on behalf of FAM, right? And that's the FAM director.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did the petitioner make separate requests to FAM and COFAM for their records?
For this particular request, the one from April 8th, I think there may, from reading the initial request, there may be some, there may be like a misunderstanding that COFAM and FAM-SF are the same. And so the request was for FAM-SF, but many of the individuals that were named in the request are employees of COFAM, and many of the requests of the records that were requested involved business dealings of COFAMs and were not underneath FAM-SF.
So assuming you can separate documents that are held by FAM from documents that are held by COFAM, did FAM fully respond to the document request of petitioner in terms of their producing the documents?
Yes, FAM provided all the documents that fall underneath its umbrella in the sense that only its own employees, which is Thomas Campbell.
Okay, I'm going to switch for a second to petitioner. Does that, what you just heard, does that comply with your experience?
No.
No. Could you, I'll start first with the documents that she says were given to you. Did you receive those documents?
I received documents that were non-responsive.
Okay, but they did send you some documents over that came on behalf of FAM, correct?
They were received, as far as I'm concerned, from the people who I sent the petition to. And in my request, I referenced both FAM and the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. I am not into the weeds of how those organizations work, so I just sent it into them expecting to receive responsive documents.
Okay. Back to the respondent. Now, you're taking a position that COFAM doesn't need to respond to a public records request. Did you make any effort, or did anyone at FAM make any effort to ask anyone at COFAM to respond to this petitioner's request for documents?
I mean, we do have obviously a close working relationship with COFAM and FAM, the city department, and COFAM's position has always been that information that's privileged, for example, contracts and communications with COFAM's lobbyists wouldn't be disclosable documents. They'd be considered privileged business documents.
Do they have documents that are not privileged?
Not the kinds of records that were requested. Anything that was public would be basically anything that would have also gone to a city supervisor that would have ended up on in a space that would be considered public. For example, email exchanges with an elected official such as Supervisor Connie Chan, and all of the filings for the lobbyists are legally required to be filed with the Ethics Commission. All those are available publicly for anyone to look up. My point to that is that it's the lobbyist's responsibility and their attorney to do the filings. Those are not the responsibility of the client of the lobbyist. I know that the requester made, Mr. Heike has made that request of COFAM, but to be honest, we don't even have those records of the ethics filings because that's not even within COFAM's. COFAM doesn't even have those records.
COFAM doesn't have copies, and FAM doesn't have copies, you're saying?
No, I mean, FAM wouldn't have them to begin with because, again, FAM was not the one that hired COFAM, and COFAM does not have copies of those. Those are done directly between the lobbyist, the company Platinum, with the Ethics Commission.
Does COFAM work as a contractor for FAM?
No, COFAM is its own separate entity. It does its own fundraising. It receives no city funding whatsoever. It's completely separate in that way, financially.
Okay. That's all for the moment from me. Thank you.
Member Hood?
Yes, for the petitioner, I'm curious, and this would be an independent of this, but did you make the same request of Supervisor Chan's office, and did you receive responsive documents?
I received hundreds of pages.
Okay.
A lot of them were kind of as a sideshow. They weren't directly related to the Fine Arts Museum, but there were some responsive documents, and because I'm tardy, you aren't able to see the two phone screen messages that I included when Platinum Advisors called Connie Chan to talk about JFK Promenade, talk about the legislation that she had proposed in April 2022, to talk about setting up a meeting with Tom Campbell, CEO of the Fine Arts Museums. So yes, I did receive some responses.
And did you receive both sides of the communication?
Definitely. No. I mean, are you asking me, did I receive similar documentation from Fine Arts?
No, I'm saying, did Supervisor Chan's office provide you communications from her office to the museum and then communications from the museum back to her office?
Yes, and again, this was over a year ago, but yes, I did receive communication from her office regarding Fine Arts Museum. And the only sort of definitive item that sticks in my mind about JFK Promenade is what Supervisor Chan and Shaman Walton, and I believe it was March 16th, 2021, wanted to set up a meeting, with the Fine Arts Museum to talk about JFK Promenade. There's another redacted document with phone numbers deleted about all the people who participated in that meeting. And aside from, and again, going through Connie's documents, the two phone calls really stuck in my mind as almost being dispositive. I mean, it just shows the relationship between Platinum Advisors, Fine Arts Museum, and what was going on between them.
So since you received some information from Supervisor Chan's office, were you seeking the same information from the museum, or were you trying to verify whether you had received everything from her office?
I would say the easiest answer, both. I mean, I was interested in what Connie Chan provided, but seeing that she sent me a few snowflakes, so to speak, but I just want to get real here. This was a big deal in San Francisco. The Fine Arts Museum spent $800,000 to try to defeat JFK Promenade. I mean, it's public record. It's in the FPPC reporting. So it just stands to reason. This isn't like rocket science. The Fine Arts Museum was politically involved in a big issue in San Francisco. And so I went to the Fine Arts Museum. Okay, show me the documentation. I want to see the correspondence, not just between you and Connie, but between Shaman Walton, Mayor Reed, the city attorney, anything that isn't privileged. I just asked for everything and essentially received nothing except This, which really was totally non-responsive, was about the Sky Wheel in Golden Gate Park. It was about Connie visiting the DeYoung Museum. It was an invitation to the Judy Chicago exhibit in the fall 2021. And again, there were a couple of emails, August 5th, 2021. There was a, hello, Tom, call me anytime between 9 and 10:30 tomorrow, Friday, August 6th. Thanks, Connie Chan. So fine, they may have had the meeting, but I just can't believe that a big agency like this, you know, they aren't taking notes, memos. What happened during the meeting? What's the action plan? What are we going to do? So I got frustrated when I was receiving nothing from the Fine Arts Museum, because just logically, there's got to be more than just a couple of phone messages and a couple of meetings being arranged. So that's why I'm here tonight. There's documentation.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
May I ask it of Miss Dia?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm curious, Miss Dia. I'm trying to understand your position and your relationship. You say that you're here representing the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. If I were to issue a public records request for your emails over the last 5 days, let's say, for instance, would that fall under the Sunshine Task Force?
Our position would be no. I think if the content of the emails like specifically had to do with the city matter, for example, the emails that were related to this particular meeting we're having right now with the Sunshine Task Force, like the emails that I received from the petitioner or the emails I received directly from Ms. Leger, I would think that those would be yes. But otherwise, I'm a COFAM employee. I'm paid by COFAM. My emails are not on a city server. I have a FAMSF email or a COFAM-owned email address. I wouldn't consider a majority of my emails to be disclosable.
To your private entity representing a public agency tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. D, I have a couple questions for you. Thomas Campbell is the department head for the city Fine Arts Museum, correct? FAMSF?
That's correct, yes.
Is Thomas Campbell also the director of COFAM, the nonprofit?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So he's the person running both the city agency and the organization supporting the city agency that you're alleging is separate. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. The petitioner, I think, has submitted some things about a Ferris wheel. Okay, now obviously this isn't about a Ferris wheel, but I am curious if you wrote an email and says our support for the Ferris wheel, who's our? Is it our support being the city department, FAMSF, or is it our support, COFAM support? Who's supporting the Ferris wheel? Because that doesn't seem like something that the city department would get involved in. I'm not sure how they would support it.
Unusually, it was a state department. It was a request from the head of the Recreation Parks Department, General Manager Phil Ginsburg, to support that particular project of keeping the Ferris wheel in the music concourse for an extended period of time. So in that situation, it was a city matter.
It was a city matter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when Thomas Campbell, I'm looking at the emails from Thomas Campbell here, he's using a famsf.org, and that was talking about email address to talk about the Ferris wheel. Does he do his business for COFAM using a totally separate email address?
No, everything is the same email address.
So he's using the city assigned email address as a city department head to conduct the business of COFAM, the nonprofit.
There is no city email. The city doesn't provide us with any kind of IT support. And by us, I mean FAM, the city department. COFAM exclusively owns and operates the server that all of the museum employees' emails are on, including both city employees and COFAM employees.
So the famsf.org domain is actually a COFAM-owned domain, even though it seems to imply that it would be a city domain since it matches the acronym used by the city department.
That's correct. It's the domain name is really chosen more about the name of the museums as being the Fine Arts Museums in San Francisco, the larger umbrella.
Okay, so it's really the opposite way around. So it's really more of that Mr. Campbell conducts city business using a nonprofit's domain and email account, which just so happens to look like it's a city one. Okay. That's all I had.
I'm trying to understand if we're speaking to the right person. Because I'm imagining if this complaint had been made against the city clerk's office and I don't know, Elon Musk showed up, to represent someone. I'm just thinking of somebody with a private corporation. You know what I mean? I feel like that we're talking to someone who doesn't represent a city department.
I didn't want to. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, every time we have an issue that comes up with the fine art museums, it feels like a game of who's on first. It's just like we're talking in circles, and with Member Schmidt's line of questioning, I was like, I've heard this before. We've gone through this before,
right,
and nothing changes.
Yeah.
The largest public arts institution in the city.
Yeah, so I was going to say, May 3rd, 2023, we heard another one of these very similar cases. And remember, Hill, you were, I think, looks like absent from that meeting.
Remember, yeah.
Yeah. So just so I think I didn't want to get into the deliberation stage, but I think it's important maybe that we review our motions on that, just so we're asking the questions to kind of reflect where we left off on that one, since I think a lot of this is the same. So we actually passed two motions. The first one was a motion by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member LaHood, to find that Thomas Campbell and the Fine Arts Museum violated Admin Code 6721B. But I think that part doesn't matter. But the part that I think that it does matter is it orders Thomas Campbell and FAMSF, so FAMSF is the city department, to provide the records, even if those records were created by COFAM or FAMF. So there's actually even a third entity, FAMF,
right,
that exists. So that was the first motion. So basically in that one, we said, even if it's COFAM or a FAMF created record, you need to provide it. And then Member Schmidt made a second motion, and that was moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Highland, that the SOTF issue an order that the Fine Arts Museum must request that representatives of COFAM review the document request and issue in light of the obligations of the Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2 and Community Youth Athletic Center versus City of National City cases to determine whether it possesses any documents that need to be produced as the law requires. Maybe Member Schmidt could talk a little bit more about those cases. I think they dealt with essentially government agencies contracting with or utilizing nonprofit organizations to essentially do government work.
Yeah. We're seeing it in different types of scenarios. One of the primary scenarios is you've got just straight on government contracting. You hire an outside entity to do work, and this is the National City case. I think it was a community versus National City. I forget the name of it, but you have a public records request that goes to an agency, and it's about the operations of one of their contractors. That agency has the ability to ask the contractor for documents related to the contract because that contractor is deemed to have constructive possession of government documents, public documents. So that's how they access those documents. The Epstein case, I don't know as well. I think that it's a little bit different. Yeah, that's the best explanation I've got. And yeah, we're seeing this, and we saw it with some of those organizations that were being used to try to establish these community neighborhood zones and neighborhood tax. So
Yeah, benefit district.
and so this was, I'm not sure, some of it I think went away after the latest corruption and fraud convictions because there was some connection there. I think this stuff is older. It's been around for a while longer, but yeah, it's really confusing. Like, how do we deal with this? I don't know. I just want to interject a question or two to her, which is to the respondent. Because you are an employee of a private company and you're here in a public hearing, and you've told us that you're speaking on behalf of a public agency. How did you get authorized to act on behalf of FAM as you can't come in here today?
So we just to explain a little bit about FAM, the State Department doesn't receive the resources from the city to hire administrative staff. Even our city commission is managed by COFAM staff. It's the way it's been for a very long time.
COFAM staff manages FAM?
The board, like the meetings, like to put together like the meeting agendas and the notices and the communication with the public city board members. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Did I cut you off there?
Well, I wanted to say that I work with our director. I mean, all of the COFAM staff do in different capacities, but there just is no other administrative staff available. It's really the city only funds security, engineering, and a handful of curator positions, and I believe a registrar, maybe some attendance at the admissions attendance, but that's basically it.
So FAM has no employees who were available to come here tonight. No agents, no employees, no representatives to come here tonight, other than you, who does not work for FAM. Right?
That's correct. There just isn't anybody on staff that has a position that would manage or oversee something like this, and the city does not fund a position for that.
Okay, and so you get your authority from Mr. Campbell to appear here tonight on behalf of FAM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a some kind of a contractual relationship, whether it's verbal or written, whereby the you in your private capacity act on behalf of a public agency in responding to a hearing notice from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force?
I wouldn't say anything officially. Whenever we do have something come up, for example, a notice to appear, such as at this meeting, I or one of my other colleagues who works with me will reach out to our, the city attorney, and get direction on how to proceed on a matter like such as this.
Sure. Got it. Okay. Thanks. I'll stop that for now.
Is this question related or deliberation related? I just want to make sure we don't.
It's a quick question.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have one more quick question to Ms. Dia. Who receives the emails that go to prr@famsf.org?
There's a couple of members of the COFAM staff that access it. I'm the main person that accesses those emails.
Okay, so the public records requests come to you.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you mind if I jump to rebuttals unless there's actual questions? Then we can get into the deliberation stage.
That's fine, but I think your reference to the May case is probably going to guide us.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But all right, so let's just get through rebuttals here. So we go the opposite directions. So Ms. Dia, you'll go first, and then we'll have Mr. Hyde-Hughes go for 3 minutes for rebuttals. So Victor, when you're ready.
Yes, you can begin at your discretion.
The Fine Arts Museum maintains that it has provided all responsive records within its possession within a timely manner to the petitioner. Furthermore, we maintain that this was a standard request and not an immediate disclosure request, given this was not a simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable request. The Corporation of the Fine Arts Museums is a private, nonprofit, 501c3 organization. It is not a department of the City and County of San Francisco. It is not a contractor of the City and County of San Francisco, nor does it receive any public funding from the city, and its board is not a public body. COFAM and its employees are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. Furthermore, for the records requested that are maintained by the San Francisco Ethics Commission, our office directs the petitioner to the appropriate department and custodian of those records. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And when you're ready, sir.
The last two sentences of my statement would have read, it's difficult to prove a negative. In this instance, the Fine Arts Museum is maintaining it has no responsive documents nor a responsibility to provide them. The political fight waged by FAMSF against JFK Promenade should have provided a trove of documents. They need to be provided. Now, I want to go to Ms. Dia's response to me on July 12th to the June records request. The Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco, a city agency, is not involved with the quote, Access for All initiative. It has no responsive documents to your request. Yet, for the FPC reporting document for the period July 16 through July 31, 2022, committee name or candidate's name if no committee. Access for All, sponsored by Corporation of the Fine Arts Museums and Open the Great Highway Alliance. So there's a disconnect here between what Ms. Dia wrote me on July 12th and what was reported to the state during the same month. Now, as part of the submission that was tardy, I have articles here from Tim Redmond in the Bay Guardian and an article which was from April last year in the Standard. Tim Redmond wrote in part, and it was educational for me, the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco are governed by 3 boards. The Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco is a charitable trust department of the City and County of San Francisco. The museum's endowment funds are held by the Fine Arts Museum Foundation, a private 501c3 organization. The Corporation of Fine Arts Museums, COFAM, is also a private 501c3 organization which raises funds and manages most of the day-to-day operations of the museums. Dee Wilsey is on the board of all organizations and is past chair of 2 of them. Now, Josh Cohn, in his article in the Standard, April 8 last year, wrote in part, on a recent tour of the museum, Helena Nordstrom, the spokesperson for the Fine Arts Museums Agency, but an employee of COFAM, told the Standard that officials are incredibly desperate to see JFK Drive reopened. And that is why Dee Wilsey spent $200,000 to qualify Proposition I for the ballot last year, and the Fine Arts Museum spent $800,000 to try to defeat Proposition J put on the board by the supervisors and to pass their own Proposition I. Proposition J won with 63% of the vote. Proposition I was defeated by a
Speaker time has
65%
elapsed.
margin.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so members, it's for us to deliberate and formulate a motion. I'll just note, I guess I'll start the discussion here because this was, I had a hard time with this last time because obviously not every nonprofit that does work for the city means that everything that they have is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, right? There's 12L, right? So it's like, well, what makes this particular arrangement unique, right? And I think it is unique. You know, I think they're doing a lot of the work. And so when I was thinking about how to vote last time, and I think I probably held this up a little bit at that meeting, but I knew this would come up again and wanted to be sure that we kind of, you know, at least for myself, it set a precedent. So we looked at least I looked at, and a thing came up, admin code 5.105, and it talks about the Fine Arts Museum. And part of that says, within the admin code says the board, this being the FAM-SF board, may enter into agreements with the not-for-profit or other legal entity to develop and operate the museums and to raise and maintain funds for the museum support. So to me, that said that the actual admin code envisions operations of a city department being carried on by, you know, this. Then, you know, the other part that I think is quite telling to me and shows the overlap is that if you look up, you know, Transparent California is an interesting site to go to see what kind of government officials are, where they're being paid. And Thomas Campbell is classified as a department head 3 from San Francisco, and paying benefits makes over $300,000 a year of San Francisco dollars, not COFAM dollars, but San Francisco taxpayer dollars. But he's obviously also the one in charge of COFAM, the nonprofit, and presumably making a series of directions on how that organization operates. So I'm viewing these as essentially the same.
Actually, that's a very interesting thing because, you know, they assert that they don't receive any city funding, but if the city is paying his salary, that is definitely city funding.
The top decision maker.
Yes.
Of both. So those are the two things that I find concerning. You don't typically see that level of overlap. And so, yeah, Member Stein.
And I'll just say, I mean, I have both those things open in front of me on my computer. The admin code that talks about the board or commission that comprises the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco, you know, and it is in the Sunshine Ordinance that policy bodies include any board or commission enumerated in the charter, right? So it's enumerated in the charter that it's, you know, Fine Arts Museum is, you know, under the Sunshine Ordinance. And then because the charter specifically envisions that they can enter into agreements to operate and to raise funds, maintain funds, all of this I consider absolutely integral to what the Fine Arts Museum needs this to exist. It's in the charter. So for me, it's really inseparable. You can try to say you're walled off because you're a nonprofit or whatever, but really they're not. They're integral into providing this service and being part of this organization, which is enumerated in the charter. And to me, that sways my thinking.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a lot different to me than does the city hire an air conditioning repair company or have some type of.
And otherwise, you could take every
Employ themselves,
function and you could say, okay, it's still going to happen on city property, but now we're going to hollow it out and hire some private group to run all of these different things. And now we don't, you know, now we don't have access to understand, you know, to any transparency in what is occurring.
Did you say FAM is authorized by the admin code to create COFAM or to somehow?
It says the board, this is the FAM-SF board, this is the city board.
FAM-SF
right.
board.
May enter into agreements with a not-for-profit or other legal entity to develop or operate the museums and to raise and maintain funds for the museum support.
Agreements.
Yeah.
And in my
do this, so that's, to me, that's like a big subcontract.
Huge.
It's an agreement to run the whole thing. So that's all they're doing, I think.
But in this case, like just from my earlier notes from these earlier cases, it seems that, you know, they've had this like almost informal MOU or some kind of informal agreement that has sort of governed this for 50 years. But that doesn't mean there's not an agreement, there's not a contract. They've just chosen to make it a very murky, amorphous kind of, agreement.
You're right that they're totally integrated.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to in my mind separate. How is this different than if like Department of Homelessness hires a nonprofit to help provide housing, right? I wouldn't say that, and we had that come up with the Conard House situation, right, with a different case, right? So we ruled in that case, Conard House I think it was meeting minutes that were of the Conard House nonprofit board. We ruled no, those don't have to be disclosed under the Sunshine Ordinance. That's a nonprofit. But this is just it's not like the head of the Conard House was also the city department head, and that Conard House is written into the admin code as the one who should be performing this work. I think this is just a different thing. And so I think this is a case of, I think the COFAM records, to follow our past precedent, advocating for whatever they did in JFK, if they exist and they exist under COFAM, I'm to believe they should be turned over.
Yeah. Okay.
But
yeah. So that should be, our order should be a lot like, you said that Epstein case was cited before. I don't know if we cited this other case, but I think we say to the full extent of the law, state and local law, FAM needs, get a hold of all public documents that are at the COFAM offices, and I know they say, everything, she said, everything we have is privileged.
Mm-hmm.
Or everything they have is privileged, so they wouldn't produce it anyway. That I can't believe. I can't imagine that they don't have copies of communications with other companies. That's not privileged stuff. So I don't know how much he'll get out of this eventually, but I think that I agree with you that this one, it seems like the creator, FAM, created COFAM, and COFAM came back and swallowed FAM up. It's
essentially, it's running the show.
Yeah, the whole thing. And so they definitely they're in possession of documents that relate to, I think, public affairs, because they're running the public affairs of FAMS.
I think for consistency, we should stick as much to the language that we created at the last meeting, and I think we should keep using this every time it comes up.
Yeah.
Because we spent a lot of time developing that. And unless there's something materially different here, and I'm not hearing it, I think we should stick with that, and it should become our boilerplate in response to these.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And the other thing we didn't talk about, I think even the majority of the boards, I think the majority of the board of FAM SF is actually also on the board of COFAM. So we're even talking about the majority of the decision makers. If it's not a majority, I haven't counted them all, but I got to number 4, and 3 of the top 4 are already on both. So
really, I'm sorry, but this is such a strange situation. And I know that, it's everybody's known about it for 50 years, but it's unique. I've never seen anything like this.
And I don't think it would be problematic if it wasn't they were using the excuse of, but this is a COFAM document, so we're not going to show you. That's COFAM work. You don't get to know about that. We only do a very little thing with FAMSF. Everything else is under the COFAM banner, and no one gets to know about that because it's Sunshine Ordinance. I don't like that. I mean, if it works for operationally, that's one thing, but I don't like how they're using COFAM to get around simple disclosure things that I think any other city department would have to disclose. So I have up the motions that we passed before. I don't know if you want me to if everyone thinks, I'll just kind of try to read them together and use the same language. I think you're absolutely right. Just be consistent. So, it gets struck down or goes to a court one day, then hey, it's like the same way.
Sounds good.
Okay. So let me pull that back up here. So I'm going to say, let's say that we will find, what do you think? Just a violation of 6721B for not disclosing records in a complete or timely manner, and order FAMSF.
Okay, do you mind just holding off?
I'm sorry, Victor.
For failing to disclose in a timely and complete
manner.
Under section 67.
Yeah, 6721.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. And then order FAMSF to provide the records even if those records were created by COFAM or FAMF, and request that representatives of COFAM review the document request and issue, in light of the obligations of the Epstein v. Hollywood Entertainment District 2 and Community Youth Athletic Center v. City of National City, to determine whether it possesses any documents that need to be produced as the law requires, and refer to the Compliance Amendments Committee for monitoring. That's almost exactly verbatim from our previous motions.
If you don't mind just emailing that to me.
Yeah, or it's, if you want to, it's the May 3rd, 2023 full task force meeting minutes.
May 3rd, 2023.
Yep, item number 9.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I think there was a typo, potentially. Like, I think we corrected it at some point in a minutes review, but it said document request at issue. I think the typo was and issue. So just a heads up there.
And issue, I'm sorry, yeah, it's and issue, right?
No, it's at issue. So you could actually just delete that phrase. It could just be like review the document request in light of obligations.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't think it ever made its way into the final draft meeting minutes, unfortunately. Because I was reading what was posted, sorry.
Is there a second?
Since I'm talking, I'll second.
Okay, we'll give it to
One.
Vice Chair Watt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's, if you'd like to move to public comment.
Let's go to public comment.
Yes. If there's anyone who would like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I'll give you a moment. I see no indications of public comment at this time.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote then.
On that motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Stein. Stein, aye. Highland, absent. Member Hill.
Aye.
Hill, aye. Member Wolf, absent. The motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you, sir, for coming in. I'm sorry, we don't let people make public comment on their own cases, so.
Just sort of a housekeeping matter. In statutory or administratively, is there a certain number of days which responsive documents need to be provided?
The ordinance states that 5 days. Now, I mean, they could say that it takes way more than 5 days because of the volume of them. We'll see what it is when they get there. But statutorily, it's 5 days. So unless we say something else, the go-to is 5 days.
In a perfect world, you get everything you want 5 days. This is not a perfect.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to you, sir.
I just have to tell you, my wife is a member of the Fine Arts Museum for a long time. We went there last Friday to see the Ansel Adams exhibit, had lunch in the cafe. We bicycle there 15 minutes from our house regularly. So we have no grudge against the museum. It's just like frustrating. This is such a big item politically in San Francisco. It's like, what's the secret? You know, it was common knowledge.
Thank you, sir.
The campaign was undergoing.
We got to move on.
It was a big player.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So let's move on to item number 12.
Item number 12, announcements, comments, and questions, and future agenda items by member of the task force.
Okay, does anyone have anything for this item? I've just a couple real brief items. I don't know if Cheryl has sent the email out to everyone, but to just clarify and make sure it's in the record, the August 2nd meeting is being canceled. And then we're going to call a special meeting to begin at 6 p.m. on August 22nd. This seemed to be the only time that we could get a quorum together based on the emails that went around to try to see when everyone's availability was. Are you not available then, Member Wood?
No, I am not available August 22nd.
You're not?
What?
Because we were scheduled to August.
You know what? I'll figure it out. Figure it out.
Because that's also.
You know what? I think, yes, I will be here.
Okay, because I think, just FYI, I think Vice Chair Wong will not be there for CAC either.
I will fix it. Okay.
Okay.
I thought we may have some relief from the
new people.
Yeah.
situation.
Are the new people coming?
Yes, that was going to be my second. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So second announcement is that the board earlier today, right before this meeting, obviously we didn't have time to get everything done and bring them in, but the 2 new members were appointed. That's to C3 and C9. So that'll bring us up to, 10 of the 11 members.
Yeah.
So that'll help. So, that should hopefully relieve some of these having to cancel meetings because of quorum and 5-2 votes and that sort of thing. So.
Is it 10? Let's see, today we had 7.
Well, because Highland wasn't here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
10.
Yep.
Got
So that just leaves seat 4, which was Jaya Padmanabhan's seat. That we were waiting for a nomination on that one. I know Victor is. Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask, because we didn't get an administrator's report for this meeting, but the last report that I saw, which was from our May meeting, we had a complaints committee meeting scheduled for August 22nd at 5:30. So is that canceled?
Yeah. And why do I have it on my calendar as August 29th? And that's what I was.
Yeah,
coming back
I think we've had that happen before, right? I think where Cheryl made a mistake, we just didn't catch it. Because the standing version, unless we wanted, let's see, because complaint committee meets monthly on the 3rd Tuesday of the month. This is a really weird one because August 1st is actually on a Tuesday. So the 3rd Tuesday of the month is actually August 15th. And CAC meets 4th Tuesday of August is actually the 22nd.
So you're saying
because she asked me about it and I put it on that we were doing CAC from 4 to like 4:45 on the 29th.
4 to 5
or 5:50.
Yeah.
And then starting SOTF at 6. So you're saying it's not the 29th? It's actually the.
I mean, as far as what the set schedule is,
Okay.
I think Cheryl accidentally put them in that.
Could we make
I
a
will
note to ask Cheryl to send an
ask
email
Cheryl to send out confirmation of meetings.
titled something like confirmation of meetings in the title, and then just what the actual meetings are, so I can just check.
Yeah, this isn't the first time we've run into
Yeah.
that. It always happens when we have that weird, like the first day of the month is a Tuesday, and so it looks like it's 2 weeks later. They usually have, what next week? In any event.
But especially since we didn't get the updated administrator's report that might have corrected it, so if we could just get that piece of what would be in the report.
Yeah, and initially we had thought that the administrative report would be in the August meeting. Then I learned at the last minute after I told Cheryl, don't do an administrative report, that we had to cancel the August meeting. So sorry about that. We'll make the August agenda the opposite of this, where it's going to be very heavy on some of the other pending issues that we have, not complaints. And I'll try to keep it very light on complaints and also realize it starts at 6 and that we don't want to keep it too late. So, but if you have any agenda items that you want included on that, particularly because it's for the new people to be here too, if you think it's a good time to talk about any procedural or policy things that have been kind of outstanding or needing to be addressed, let me know and I can put it on the agenda. Okay, so that's all I had for that item. Unless someone has anything else, we'll open up to public comment on that.
Okay, there being no comments from other members. If there's anybody who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time. We have one. You may start your public comment.
Is that me?
Yes.
Okay. Peter Warfield here, head of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and PO Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I did raise my hand on the previous item, just as it seemed that Victor was announcing nobody for public comment. And I certainly expected that he would say, oops, there's somebody making a request for public comment, but I didn't hear it, and I'm wondering why. I'm a little disappointed. You certainly hadn't gone on to the next item. Second, I did want to make a comment about the announcement, but in terms of the technology here, I'd like to know whether anybody, or Victor in particular, can see what number I'm calling from. And if so, could you tell me what the last, say, 3 digits are?
It does not list the phone number. It just says anonymous.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the changing of meeting times, was that something that was decided in some kind of a discussion at some point? I'm not hearing the source of how the new time was determined. And I thought that's typically something that you would be discussing publicly so that, well, everybody would have input and be able to discuss back and forth what the dates and the times would be. In any case, I don't think that setting or agreeing on a time, I don't understand how the decision was made, and I don't really see that announcing a schedule change is appropriate under announcements or future agenda items for that matter. The date is something that goes on a pattern. I don't know if do you not vote on a schedule for the year once a year as other bodies do? You know, it seems to me that meeting dates are very important, and especially since what I said earlier, I think I'm not the only one who was completely unaware that there was, in fact, apparently for a long time, a change in the July schedule already in June, it seems, that had been decided. And all we saw on the list of meetings was July meeting, the regular date, canceled, and August canceled. So I think that it really needs to be clear, especially either through the provision of another date for a meeting on the list of dates or on the announcement.
Speaker time
Or
has
both.
elapsed.
Thank you very much, and I wonder why I don't get 30 seconds warning like in person. Thank you.
If there's anybody else who'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. I see no other public commenters.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment then. And just for the record, I'll note that the bylaws allow the chair to cancel and call special meetings. Ordinarily, we like to do it in a meeting, but if time doesn't allow, and in this case, time did not allow, I did that as chair to cancel the meeting and call the special meeting in August. Okay, I think that's all we have. So let's move on to item number 13.
Item number 13 is adjournment. There being no further business before this body, the meeting is adjourned.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 10:58.